This video has been edited to remove copyrighted content. The full unedited video may be requested from the Advisory Commission on Special Education ACSE via email to acse@cd.ca.gov.
Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the April meeting of the Advisory Commission on Special Education. We're so glad that you're joining us today. Let's start with a roll call, please.
Good morning. Chair Notch.
Present.
Commissioner Snipes.
Present.
Commissioner Graff.
Present.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Here.
Commissioner Lopez.
Present.
Commissioner Michaud. Commissioner Oyakawa. Commissioner Ruiz. Commissioner Sorter.
Present.
Commissioner Scott.
Present.
Commissioner Wilkins. Commissioner Donata Sapp.
Present.
Commissioner Feimer.
Present.
That's roll call.
Thank you. Please join me in a salute to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Vice Chair Snipes, would you please review the agenda for today?
I would love to. So today we are going to start out the morning with our commissioner liaison reports. So we get to hear a little bit about what everybody's been up to. Then at 9:45, we'll move into the State Board of Education liaison report. We'll have a brief break from 10:15 to 10:30. And then following our break, we'll hear from our Director of State Special Schools. Then we'll hear from our Special Education Director. We'll break for lunch until 1 o'clock. When we come back at 1 o'clock, we will open for general public comment. And then at 1:15, we'll have a presentation from the University of California, California State University, UC-CSU Collaborative for Neuroscience, Diversity, and Learning. Then after that, we'll take some time agenda building. And after agenda building, we'll open back up to general public comment. And after that, we should be adjourning around 3:15 today.
Thank you. And just an accessibility reminder, we have our interpreters online on screen, and we also have closed captioning. So for commissioners and any presenters, please remember to speak slowly and clearly. And at any moment, if you have any accessibility needs that you are not having met, just let us know, and we will do our very best to make sure that we provide all of the necessary supports and accommodations. Okay. Could we have the public comment slide, please? So there are multiple ways for the public to engage with the commission. As Vice Chair Snipes mentioned, we have a couple of general public comment sections set aside in our meeting. Those are for general comments that are not on the agenda today. So anything that is not part of our agenda items, those are opportunities for you to make your comments known. You can do this by calling in at 717-908-1926. You will then have a participant access code to enter. And if you're comfortable, once you're called, please state your name and affiliation. You can also submit comments by emailing ACSE, ACSE, at cde.ca.gov. And that's also the email address where you can request meeting materials. And then for any agenda items that you wish to comment on, public comment is always held directly after that agenda item. So if there's something that we are receiving as a presentation or discussing as a commission and you would like to make a comment, that's the time to do it for those particular items. And then of course, for anyone in the room, we will call for members of public in the room to begin lining up at the podium if you wish to make comment at any point. Okay, So looking at our first item, it's our commissioner liaison report. So I will turn it over to any commissioners who wish to share information about their liaison activities. Vice Chair Snipes?
So I am a liaison with the statewide system of support and then early childhood kind of in general. And I think that my goal for today is not necessarily to give a lot of specifics, but just a reminder that the statewide system of support is a robust collection of technical assistance that supports across many different topics in education, and most of the things that come out of the system of support are free and available to anyone who needs to access them. We hear, oh, I didn't know that this existed. I didn't know that we had this. And so one of the things I just wanted to elevate is that there's a website called CalTAN, which is CalTAN.info, caltan.info, and it's got all the information, all the resource and links to the members of the statewide system of support providing technical assistance. And so that's how you could really access those resources that are available. We've got early childhood all the way into higher ed resources, and really they're special education focused a lot of the time, but we heard yesterday over and over again that the strategies, the things that we do in education when it comes to special education supports often end up supporting all students, and we know that. And so I think this is a really important thing to remember about the statewide system of support. It exists, it's there to support teaching and instruction and administration and all the other pieces of education. One of the things that I'd like to elevate as well about the system of support is how much partnership has been happening with the technical assistance providers within the system of support. So we lean on each other, and when I say we, supporting innovative practices is my day job, and we lean on each other. When we know that someone's looking for a UDL resource, we reach right out to open access and we say, we've got somebody who needs your support, and vice versa, all the way across the system of support. And so it's it's wonderful to see the partnership between technical assistance projects to ensure that everyone's receiving the support that they need and the access to the resources that they need. And so in my liaison report, that is kind of what I wanted to elevate today. The system of support exists, it's wonderful, the resources are free and accessible to anyone. So if you want to learn more about the system of support, if you're looking for technical assistance in any category or topic, I definitely recommend checking out that caltan.info website. You could spend all day checking it out. And then there's also information about compliance monitoring on that website. As far as early childhood goes, I have had the pleasure of working with the statewide EAP, IEEEP, and they're working on an in-person event that really focuses on supporting coaching teams across regions in California to feel more confident in their ability to support all their diverse learners and build coaching within their regions. And so we're really excited about that happening in July. And anytime we get an opportunity to come together in person and work together and collaborate is a great time. So shout out to Statewide EAP for the work that they're doing on that. I think I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Scott?
So May is Mental Health Month, and that's my liaison appointment is for mental health. And May being Mental Health Month is a good opportunity for us to look at our students who suffer with mental health issues. Mental Health Month was started in 1949, and the purpose of it is to raise awareness regarding the treatment and research of mental health and to reduce the stigma associated with mental health. According to the Center for Disease Prevention, Anxiety problems, behavior disorder, and depression are the most commonly diagnosed mental disorder in children in the U.S., so that continues to be a problem. And the government, California has been working on assisting students with mental health challenges from 1st to 12th grade. And there are several bills right now to help students and their families, as well as to educate staff. The Department of Public Health is also offering class to staff free of cost, and they provide information on how to help our students deal with these issues. I've also been listening to webinars, and these are free as well. And they talk about having our students more involved in helping themselves, forming clubs at schools, and really providing support for each other. So I chose this as my liaison because working in the schools, you realize how much our youths are suffering from mental health issues, and it affects attendance. I've worked with students who spent more time in and out of hospital than in school. So this is an issue we really do need to be very focused on. And I'm hoping today I can hear about more bills to assist our students with mental health issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other commissioners who want to share liaison? Is there anyone online that you can see, Vice Chair Snipes? Okay. Well, with that, unless there's someone, sorry, I can see up close or I can see far away, but I can't see both. Okay, great. Thank you for making that larger. All right. Well, then with that, we will transition to public comment. So if anyone wishes to make public comment about the liaison reports that you just heard, if you are in person in the room, please begin lining up at the podium. And while we are waiting for anyone in the room to comment, we will allow time for participants not present today to call in using that conference dial-in number that you see on the screen right now. Not seeing anyone in the room. Do we have any callers?
There are no callers at this time.
Okay, thank you. So we will conclude item 10 and move to item 11, our State Board of Education Liaison Report. And we will warmly welcome Allison Yoshimoto-Towery to come up and give the presentation. I should take my jacket off.
This works. Yeah. Okay. Good morning, everybody. It's nice to be with you today, and good morning to everybody online. And as usual, I'd like to highlight the recent board discussions and actions with particular attention to our students with disabilities, you know, those actions that are most relevant. So at the March meeting, we acted on a number of topics which are outlined on this slide, but I will walk through each of these in more detail on the following slides. So in March, in particular, we had a very, very large accountability item, and we took action to particularly try to strengthen the accountability system in the state. And these actions and updates reflect a continued focus on equity, on transparency, and to try to get a more accurate representation of what the data actually means, so a more accurate representation on student outcomes. So for example, the first item, we adopted revisions to the suspension rate indicator for long-term English learners, many of whom are also students with disabilities, so we have dually identified students as well in that category. And it's important because we wanted to shine a light on whether long-term English learners are being disproportionately disciplined or suspended. And we want to be able to see it more clearly in the data. So that's why the shift was made. And that allows systems like districts and leaders that work in systems to be able to respond more intentionally and fairly when we have clearer data. And we also removed grace periods from participation rate calculations for English language arts, mathematics, and science indicators. And what that does is, with the intention of that is to encourage higher participation rates in statewide assessments from all those participating in it. And then in May, we discussed these things in March, but in May, we will have further discussion on these other three items on the bottom of the slide, the College and Career Indicator, we call it the CCI. We're attempting to continually refine the CCI with a broader framing, such as college, career, and civic preparedness. I did a deep dive into all of the curricular frameworks last night, and in almost all, not every single one, but in almost all of our curricular frameworks, we mentioned college, career, civic preparedness, global citizenship, becoming a citizen, being part of a democratic society. And so we're wanting to have a more holistic vision of student readiness. And so I'll discuss more on the next slide. I'm having the same thing as you, Chair Notch, do I look with these glasses or not? And for the next is priority 1, teacher assignment data, ongoing work to have greater clarity around fully credentialed, properly assigned designations and what we mean by those labels. And so we will continue to discuss that in May. And for our dashboard alternative schools, status schools, we call them DOS schools, the board directed staff to review and make a determination on all of the pending 2026 applications. These would be mostly charter schools that have to apply to get this DOS status. And they were in this holding pattern because we were trying to define the criteria for that. And the board decided to just go ahead and let every school that was pending an application to use the current criteria instead of waiting for the new criteria. And that's also important because there's a higher proportion of students with disabilities that end up becoming credit deficient and needing the supports that the DOS schools can provide. And so while we're trying to right-size that accountability, we also wanted to make sure the schools were able to function because they're serving some of the most students from the furthest from opportunity in the state. And okay, so let's go on, and I'll just talk a little bit more about College and Career Indicator. In particular, in March, we started to talk about adding the state seal of civic engagement as a college and career indicator and all these other bullet points, right? Internships, student-led enterprises, simulated work-based learning, the students that take the Armed Service Vocational Aptitude Battery, and the last two, Cambridge International and IB course completion. So for these items, we just want to be able to, I guess prior to the approval of the work plan in March, we had a study session to help us understand. So we spent a nice chunk of time instead of rushing through it to really understand, how do we frame this? What's the context in which the CCI is happening, College and Career Indicator? Again, do we want to broaden it to college and career and civic learning and add the state seal of civic engagement? It's not designed so much to understand how well students are doing. This indicator is designed to measure how well LEAs, how well districts and county offices serving students and charter management organizations serving students are doing. in preparing students for college career, what's next, after high school. In particular, I just wanted to mark that the current data for the prior year shows that about 51.7% of the general population of students are considered prepared for college and career, on this college and career indicator, but only 18.7% of students with disabilities in California are considered prepared based on the CCI. So that's a significant gap. While there was a 3.3 percentage increase from the prior year for students with disabilities, it underscores the need for continued focus. So there has been focus. I mean, it has been progress, but there is a significant gap. Again, 18.7 versus 51.7% being considered prepared. The CCI also includes measures such as completing 100 or more hours of work-based learning for students pursuing alternative pathways to a diploma. To be considered prepared, a student must have not only the 100 hours of work-based learning, but the equivalent of 4 semester courses in college career exploration or preparation. To be considered approaching prepared, they could have one or the other. So the 100 hours or the 4 courses. And so, again, it's intended to have those meaningful applied learning experiences for all students. The board has been actively looking for ways to expand and refine the criteria. This is why you see the long list of bullets on this slide. And in particular, we've incorporated A to G course completion. That's what A to G courses are needed for UC-CSU entrance. And many districts have that as their graduation requirements. So we've added advanced placement coursework and exam results, and that's had a significant positive impact on the indicator. But in particular, I wanted to highlight the state civil civic engagement. At the March meeting, where we were supposed to vote on this, we ended up pushing it to May because the board engaged in a robust discussion about incorporating the state civil civic engagement not just into the CCI, but CDE staff presented 4 options and recommended an approach that would recognize students who earn the state seal in combination with either the UC A to G course requirements or completing a career technical education pathway. And the board didn't take action at that time because we're interested in continuing to refine the approach. And the other option could be just allowing completion of the college of the state civil civic engagement as a standalone item. So what that would do is make it accessible to more students. So if a student completed the state civil civic engagement, but didn't yet complete the A to G course completion or didn't yet complete the CTE pathway course structure, they could still be considered prepared for. So that's the debate in May that we're going to be tackling. And if ACSE has any input, we'd love to hear any of that today, so I could take it back to the board as well. And the concern is more about, on one hand, accessibility for all students, including students in our juvenile court schools and others. On the other hand, people want a high level of rigor. And so, you see kind of both sides of the coin when it comes to the discussion happening around state civil civic engagement. On a few other items that came before the board, one was the Personal Finance Curriculum Guide, which was approved, and Assembly Bill 2927 added a standalone personal finance course to the high school graduation requirements, beginning with the class of 2030-2031. And we did approve the draft curriculum at the March meeting to support implementation. And I'd encourage you to take a look at it. It has amazing, for anyone who knows any young person, it has amazing resources in the guide. And including talking about things like behavioral economics, where our emotions play into how we spend or save our money. which I thought was interesting, and I talked to my own children about, or myself about, because whenever there's a sale, I like to buy it, even if I don't need it. But that type of thing is also in the financial guide. And again, I think that's of particular importance for our students with disabilities who are focusing on independent living. I recently was at UC Davis Redwood Seed Scholars Program, and the students there are learning these types of things, right? They're living there on their own. They're learning all about having a job, checking their emails, figuring out how to be independent, save from the jobs that they have, so that they could be financially independent. On the second point, the differentiated assistance, we call it DA criteria. The California Collaborative for Educational Excellence is working with the statewide system of support. They have a working group, and they presented recommendations on how to revise the differentiated assistance criteria for the state. We have, in some cases, too many districts identified for their results for student group data, such as students with disabilities. And it's sort of like Goldilocks. When you have too many districts, it's hard to give the right size and the right amount of support. When you don't have enough, maybe our criteria isn't stringent enough. So we're trying to right size our differentiated assistance criteria as a state. And so that we can really focus on using, identifying stable academic signals that would strengthen the quality and accountability of the differentiated assistance we're able to give. And then finally, I've talked about this before, I believe, but we're continuing to build out what it would look like to have a portrait of a learner. We did get the feedback that people like the terminology for portrait of a learner a little bit better than portrait of a graduate, because it is all learners, not just kids who are graduating in that particular year. And again, the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence and AIR presented findings from pretty extensive field engagement, over 2,000 survey responses and 10 stakeholder groups from across the state. And their work surfaced 7 reoccurring competency domains, such as academic foundations, critical thinking and problem solving, communication and collaboration, social, emotional, and interpersonal skills, getting to what you spoke about, Commissioner Scott, about like mental health, right? Practical life skills, digital media literacy, and civic and global awareness. So the board will continue that discussion to focus on how to refine and prioritize those competencies. And many of the state board members raised themes around multilingualism, workforce development, preparation, and really this inclusive civic language around global citizenry, et cetera, that really, with the intention of ensuring that this framework that we come up with is going to reflect the full diversity of California learners. And I will just do a quick slide on what's coming in May, some of which I think I've already covered. A lot of it, again, was started in March, coming in May. But again, I think the central focus will be accountability for us, with several of the items, again, returning. And really that differentiated assistance and the portrait of a learner will come back for further discussion. And then finally, I will say that there will be 2 informational memoranda. I know the date on the slide says April 17th. They may or may not be out on April 17th, but no sooner than April 17th will these memos be out. And so, again, the first draft, actually the first one is around a communication toolkit surrounding the new reporting achievement level descriptors that the board voted on a few meetings ago. And this is really to help parents understand what do achievement level descriptors mean, to help educators communicate achievement level descriptors that are on the state assessment to parents and also to students, right? As we have our 2 student commissioners, it's important for students to know how they're doing, to have opportunities to reflect and set their own goals. And then the second is, again, on a portrait of a learner. So again, not before April 17th, but April 17th or later, we are looking forward to both of these memos coming forward, and would encourage you, if you're interested, to take a look at those. Again, so thank you so much for the time, and I hope it's helpful. I know we've transitioned to having slides versus not having slides, so hopefully that's easier to to share the information. And if you have any questions, be happy to entertain those. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm always very appreciative of how thoroughly the state board is considering everything. I mean, the study session, so you could do a deep dive into college and career indicators. I really appreciate that and how you're thinking of all students. I do have one quick question about the college career indicator. So for students with extensive support needs who are on the alt pathway for a diploma, I believe if I got it in my notes correctly, you would need to take 4 semesters of coursework and 100 hours of simulated work-based learning. If within that coursework there are opportunities for simulated work-based learning, would those hours count toward the 100, or would it need to be separate from the coursework in order for students to fulfill both?
That is a great question, and I don't know the answer to that. So I will have to get back to you on that one.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I would hope that they would count.
Thank
And
you.
again, we don't want to double dip, so we'll check.
Yeah, it's tricky. Okay, well, thank you. That was the only question I had. I will turn it over to any commissioners who have questions or comments.
And again, specifically, if anybody has feedback about the state soil civic engagement, whether to include it as a standalone item or to include it as, have it only count towards prepared if it's a plus item with A to G or CTE pathways, happy to hear your feedback and take that back as well.
Yeah. Director Heenan?
Good morning, board member. Maybe just one comment I have or recommendation is for maybe the board to consider students who are all on alternative pathways to a diploma or are using the alternative means to a diploma to qualify for the Seal of Civic Engagement as a standalone item. So I wanted to make sure that we are also inclusive of our students who may need the additional support or additional pathways, but still be eligible to earn that seal upon graduation. And the second thing is related to the criteria for DA. Since we know that many districts are qualifying for support based on their students with disabilities, I would love to have myself or my team share and provide some input, be part of that work to make some of the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are both good points. For me, it raises a question about whether or not some of our other indicators actually have any modifications or accommodations associated with, like, say, for the state soil civic state soil by literacy or the state soil civic engagement. Are they universally designed in ways that students can access them in multiple ways and show what they know? And I do think we have an opportunity there to probably, dive in a little bit more deeply. The indicators are locally, the statute outlines broad criteria for the state seal, but the criteria are adopted locally by each board based on the general statute. So yeah, I would look forward to a separate conversation about that in terms of how we might be able to support the field. Thank you.
I have a quick follow-up question. When you just said that the criteria would be adopted locally, I'm assuming that that would mean that the LEAs could make their criteria more broad but not more narrow. Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
Typically, they build in specific.
Yes.
Actually, they make it a little bit more specific than what the statute. The statute is very broad, so they have to go through a process with their community-based partners, with their work-based learning partners, with industry. So a lot of community engagement locally to come up with their local criteria and then to implement, to pass that at their local board.
Thank you.
So it does look different in different places. And there is on the CDE website some examples of state seal of civic engagement, some bright spots. And so if you're interested, you could also just look that up and see some of those.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Vice Chair Snipes, if you could be my online eyes. I really need to look into progressives. I feel like that's the next step. Not seeing any? Okay, well, thank you so much, as always, for your wonderful presentation, and we will open it up to public comment right now. So any members of the public in the room who wish to make a comment, please begin lining up. And while we are waiting for members of the public in the room to line up, we will have the public comment slide for anyone who wishes to dial in. And that number is 717-908-1926. Not seeing anyone in the room. Do we have any callers?
There are no callers at this time.
Thank you. Well, commissioners, we are running early, and if you look at our agenda, we were supposed to take a break at 10:15 to 10:30, so we're quite a bit ahead of schedule. I'm wondering if the presentation for the Director of State Special Schools Liaison would be able to go early. If not, we can break and stick to that 10:30 time, but wondering if Dr. Leibach-Amon has any thoughts on going straight into that presentation right now. Oh, excellent.
I could do that now. Yes, absolutely. Hello, everyone.
Good morning.
I believe Julie is here. I'm waiting for her as well. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're having a good week. I'd like to introduce Dr. Julie Rems-Mario. Oh, are you there now, Julie? Are you ready? Yes, okay. Dr. Julie Rems-Mario, she will be presenting and focusing on early education. And I do want to emphasize that Julie's role is focusing on early intervention for birth to 5. Often we face many challenges in terms of what kind of information families are getting. There are so many silos out there in the system. And so the goal is to connect and get all of our various resources, have them all together, and see that it is becoming more and more effective through the language milestones assessment, because this ultimate goal is to have them kindergarten ready. So this brings in various different stakeholders into the conversation. So it is my pleasure to bring Julie in here today to present and talk about the language milestones assessment for our deaf and hard of hearing and deaf blind. That is an umbrella term we use for our deaf individuals, including deaf and deaf plus. So Julie, I will turn the floor over to you. Julie says, thank you very much, Nancy. I have a PowerPoint I'd like to share with everyone. It's not something I can cover in my short 20 minutes. It is something that I will share with all of you and I will briefly touch on. And then for all of you to review in your time as you have time available. The LMA, Language Milestones Assessment, is a result of a legal campaign called Lead K, Language Equity Acquisition for Deaf Kids, leading them to be kindergarten ready. That's the whole point, is to ensure that all of our deaf children, when I use the term deaf, again, that's an umbrella term, as Nancy mentioned, meaning deaf, hard of hearing, deaf blind, deaf disabled, deaf plus. We are using that again as an umbrella term when we say deaf. So that encompasses all of those individuals. This is a framework that we call CDE, Lead K, Language Milestones Assessment. And for this presentation, I will call it LMA. The legislation campaign started here in California. We were the first state to pass this law. And it was Senate Bill number 210. Now 22 states have followed California. So there are a total of 23, including us. And there are other states working on their version. Indiana, Maryland, and there's one more state currently in progress, but they are making their way forward. And the law requires an assessment of language milestones every 6 months, from the time that they have an IFSP to the time that they are 5 years old. The goal that they are kindergarten ready and have their literacy skills of reading and writing to provide that strong foundation of acquiring and moving forward in their education. This assessment is shared with families, and the purpose of sharing it with families is to determine services related with IFSP, IEP, and those goals. It informs those goals. And the results is a statewide report, so we can collect the data. Now, SB 210 is the ED code, and it requires two very specific things: an assessment and parents receiving the language milestones, so that parents can become informed and empowered with the knowledge so they can advocate for their child during the IFSP and the IEP for language services, specifically the assessment, and it's available in their parent profile as well. This is what the assessment looks like. It focuses on birth 0 to 5 months, 5 months to 9 months, 9 months to 12 months. At 1 to 2, they break down every 3 to 6 months. You will see that language developing and emerging. Again, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, and 4 to 5. And every 6 months, they are assessing this. And you can review this in your time frame. It is simplified. It requires 15 minutes of time to use per child. This is the parent profile. When the infant starts their IFSP, the first thing that the teacher or service provider should give to the parents is this pamphlet. And it's available on CDE's website as well. So if you go to our website, you'll see SB 210 parent profile, and you'll find that if you do a search, you'll find that on the page there. This is something for parents to bring to them to each IFSP or have available during each home visit, and it's an ongoing conversation for that child's emerging language. Now, if the child is not meeting their language milestones, this is the exact conversation that can happen. Talk about the reasons why that could be happening. Perhaps it's not enough services. Perhaps it's not enough access to language exposure. Or maybe there's another disability that has not yet been diagnosed or recognized. And the earlier the better. For example, perhaps the child's not receptively requiring or acquiring that information. Perhaps there is a deaf-blind situation happening, and they can provide more services to ensure that the child has access to language. One example is through tactile sign language, through glasses or visual aids. And this ties directly into their IFSP services, where they can then add those so they have more support, because the more support the child has, the more successful they will be with their reading and writing as they enter kindergarten. Now, the parent's profile discusses their strengths. All children have strengths. They collect family observations as well, because families know their children best. They're with them 24/7. They see them at home and what that looked like. Teachers don't always see that every day. They don't see their children at home. So they can share what the teachers are seeing as well as what the parents and families are seeing, all in an effort to support this child's ongoing needs. And the IFSP, IEP, they bring in deaf coaches as well. They can have them visiting every week. They have them after dinner. They can go shopping with the parents, go to the park, and socialize to teach them that social language. There are various language services that can be provided. And each deaf child, again, making sure that they are meeting their language milestones. Now, this is an example of the foundation of their language skills. And if they have them, that's excellent. And if they do not, what do we do to support them? And that's what it looks like. It's important to put down the area. For example, if they're not meeting their language milestones for 13-month-olds, putting down specific milestones, spelling it out from the assessment and putting that into the IFSP, and making those language goals to make sure that child catches up and are meeting specific services are being met and various strategies are being provided to ensure that child is being caught up on their language goals and milestones. And this is something that can always be revised. Something you put down now can be revised in 6 months. That's why this is set at 6 months, or even less time if you choose to. It is to close those language gaps. Now we have very exciting news. As you see here, we are very excited about the Language Milestones Assessment, the LMA. It's built from research. You can see the deaf and hard of hearing children's language developing, and you see it standardized across. I want to go back. I jumped ahead a little. I didn't want to be here yet. It's not letting me go back. Well, in any event, it's an ongoing and revisable based on feedback from teachers and family. One of the feedbacks we've received from teachers is how much they appreciate how fast this work is happening. It's easy, it's very straightforward, and it's 15 minutes or less per child. Now I am not able to move forward for some reason. It's no longer letting me. I apologize. Give me one moment. Tech issues happening here. I believe my PowerPoint has frozen. Yeah, I'm gonna turn it off and then try to reshare. I love and hate technology. Okay, let me go back quickly. The test has been revised with over 700 children in California. And now the exciting part is we are expanding the assessment to include our Deaf Plus students. That means our deaf students with additional disabilities so that we can represent all deaf children across all disabilities. Again, more feedback from teachers that we've received. It says it's concise and easy to read and score, and it helps us measure that student's growth ongoing over time. Again, this is something for all of you to read later. And the reason it's important to identify language delays and those gaps in language acquisition is understanding the difference between language and communication. This assessment is for language, not communication, but you need to have language to be able to communicate. In SB 210, in the law, the language of instruction for deaf children is English and ASL. So the assessment is in both. We never say ASL or English. It is automatically minimizing ASL. We always say ASL and English because we want an equality framework. They are equivalent. And those assessments can be done in both languages or one of either of those languages. And language milestones start very quickly. Just a brief idea of what that looks like is here. From birth to 1, you can see they're smiling, they're making eye contact, they're recognizing environmental cues. You see from 1 to 3 months, they've got 1 to 3 signs rather, or words. They're using signs, spoken names. There's turn taking occurring. From 2 to 3, they can actually begin answering questions, responding yes or no. They can turn take 80% of the time. They can ask for and vocalize what they need, whether they're hungry, they want to play, they want to read a book. This is how young we start. Now, if you'll remember, we explained early milestones means that they're smiling, they're making eye contact, they're recognizing their caregiver. This particular caregiver is a grandmother. This is the only video I'm going to show. I do have another one in the PowerPoint. I'd like you all to watch at your own time. So you can see that infant is already meeting their milestones. This one is for the toddlers group. And then the next one I have, this is part B, when that child is transitioning from part C to part B. And I must emphasize, never, ever, ever drop services for our deaf or hard of hearing children during that transitional period, because that child is still developing their language milestones. Too many students are dropped during that time. And what happens is they get no language services from 3 to 5. And then when they get in kindergarten, they are behind. So I beg of you, please support that ongoing, continuous transition from 3 to 5. This is a critical language milestones from 3 to 4, 4 to 5. And at 5, they are kindergarten ready. And as I again emphasized earlier, that is the goal, is kindergarten readiness. And you see from age 4 to 5, 2,500 more words that they have been acquiring. And that's on par. Most deaf children do not meet this currently because they're not receiving appropriate services. When they are receiving them, they do. And that's typically because of that transition between Part C to Part B, where they are dropped. This video is pre-kindergarten student and what they should look like with their language development. I'm just going to get to a very specific part of this that I want you all to see. So you can see all the language nuances that these children already have. That's why they need language milestones, so they stay on par. They get services and education, and the schools help them. They're always on track or catching up with age appropriate language milestones, rather keeping up. Now, the data results are very interesting. This is the assessment timeline for fall and spring. And it's on par with DRDP. And these results are in alignment. When you do the assessment, you're focusing on the child's age. If the child is not meeting age-appropriate language milestones, then you go back to where they are. If they are 2, but they're not meeting them, go back to 1, and etc. And find where the child is at. You have a receptive language, an expressive language, you have vocabulary, and you have literacy. That's reading, writing, print awareness, and foundations. Those 4 are critical language domains. This is a little bit of a complicated slide, but this is how we assess. If yes, then go here. If no, then go here. And that just helps us to determine where the child's at and document that on their IFSP. And you can see what it looks like by using this QR code. You can take a look at that, and that'll give you just a quick moment. I'll give all of you a moment rather to do that now if you'd like, and explore and look into that. But you can look into that later as well. I'll wait a moment for you to do that now if you'd like. Okay. We want to make sure that both the PDF is provided to the families And the online survey is what the teachers are using to feed the data to the system. This is based on last fall using our pilot. We put out the pilot last fall so we could get some county offices of education and early start teachers to participate to help give us feedback, make some tweaks to the assessment. This is based on children who were assessed last fall. And you see the drop that I was referring to from 3 to 5, 3 to 4. We see we had 170, but suddenly it drops to 74 because being dropped of services during that transition, which again should never happen. They're still deaf. The turquoise color that you see here is the number of children meeting language milestones. And if you see deaf without disability and then you see deaf with disability, deaf with disability need more support, and the data shows that. You see that our deaf students here, 363, and then you see our deaf with disabilities was 154. And our deaf was 57.6 with milestones, but our deaf plus we're at 14.3. That's where we need to focus. We need to focus on both. This is what language use looks like. The number of ASL only is 23 students. So there's a correlation between what language is used and their language outcomes. And that's important to research and look into that as well. What's exciting is starting in summer of 2026, we will be narrowing the age bands to be more specific and more in alignment with DRDP. We are building this into DRDP so teachers can work smarter, not harder. They won't have two separate assessments. We don't want them to have the DRDP plus the LMA. The LMA will be built into the DRDP, so they are both in alignment with ITDLF and PTKLF. That's our infants. That's their foundation and pre-K. That's their transitional kindergarten language foundation, because we have high expectations of both. And this is inclusive of both signed language and spoken language. And this foundation is for our deaf plus children and deaf children with disabilities as well. This is what you all have to look forward to this coming summer, and I will be happy to come back at that time as well to present that again to you. Thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you so much for that presentation. And Vice Chair Snipes mentioned her day job earlier. My day job is at a county office of education, and Dr. Rems Mario was kind enough to do a deep dive professional development with our early start team, and I know they benefited greatly from that. So thank you so much. I do have one question before I turn it over to other commissioners. I know you mentioned and emphasized that critical time period between 3 and 5 where we often see services drop off in that Part C to B transition. And I've seen it in my county. And I'm wondering if you have any suggestions for county offices of education to educate and collaborate more closely with districts that will be receiving students as preschoolers as we prepare for that transition. Wondering if we lost the interpreter.
We did not. Give us one moment.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, this is Julie. Yes, we do need to be clear to the SELPA directors and the special ed directors the importance of keeping our deaf children in services ongoing, especially the first 5 years, instead of dropping them during that transition time. Often, because when a child is meeting age appropriate language milestones at the age of 3, the biggest misnomer is thinking, oh, the child is meeting their language milestones, so they no longer need services and they're dropped. And that's hurting the child because they lose that support system for the next 2 years. So when they arrive to kindergarten, they are severely behind. So we need to continuously reiterate, either through a memo or an announcement of some sort, position statement, please keep these children, deaf, hard of hearing, keep them all in services all the way through kindergarten, so they are kindergarten ready. And I've noticed our deaf plus children, deaf with additional disabilities, continually get services, but our deaf ed students that are simply deaf and on par with education are not continuing to get those services. And this is Nancy. I wanted to add another part to that, because some do not get IEP services. They're transitioned to a 504 plan. And that is a dangerous precedence, because a 504 is not required to provide services. And these students need to maintain additional support, 100% confident skill set with language. And that's about second or third grade. That's in alignment with general education. This is Julie. That is a general common statement I hear. They say, oh, these deaf children tend to become stuck at a third grade reading level. But they're not. They're really not. They become stuck because they're not getting consistent language services in the first 5 years of life. Not because they're deaf. It's because the system is not providing appropriate services.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the advice from both of you and the comments, and will do my part to raise the importance of this with our SELPA and district partners. So thank you again. And turning it over to any commissioners, Vice Chair Snipes.
Thank you so much for your presentation. It's really discouraging and shocking to see that drop of services at age 3, especially being in early childhood and knowing how crucial the first 5 years are in language development, regardless of how you use language or how you gain language. So that's very discouraging. And then also just thinking about in the past presentations that you have shared with us around educational interpreters and that kind of like 80% knowledge of whatever it is the interpreters are sharing. So we're already behind on what our deaf kids are receiving. I really appreciate that you continuously share the work, but you also continuously elevate the lack of equity for our deaf kids in our systems. But I also, on a positive note, wanted to share how appreciative I am of the connections to the state documents, assessment tools, and the foundations that are being made to help educators align the work that they're doing. So your work with DR ACSE and Cornelia and PTKLFs and just making sure all of that is aligned, that's how it should be. And I just have to show appreciation for you always coming in and telling us how it is and being real with us, and just hoping that we can make improvements so that we can close the equity gap that is very apparent with our deaf kids.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Scott?
It's puzzling to me that the students their services would get dropped off at this very important age, and I'm glad that this is something you're addressing, and hopefully it will be improved. I was particularly impressed that parents get a copy of the language milestone assessment so that they can take it to the IEP meeting. I think it's good that parents have this knowledge so it can also empower them to advocate for their students. Thank you so much for all the information. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Scanning for any other commissioners. Commissioner Feimer?
Hi, I want to say that was a very cool presentation. I was listening to it a lot, actually. And I have a few questions. It says in narrow age bands. Is that for like better concentrated data? And does like the data show that the narrower age groups will like improve language levels? Because it said that it like dropped off in 3rd grade, but then you said that it's not actually dropping off. It's just like scores. And I was just wondering for like clarification on that.
This is Julie. I'm glad you asked for clarification. It drops at the age of 3, not 3rd grade. And the reason for that narrowing the age band is, for example, babies that are 0 to 3 months old, after 3 months, their language just booms. It grows so quickly. And there are very specific milestones that occur from 3 months old to 6 months old, and then from 6 months old to 9 months old, and then again from 9 months old to 12 months old. And then it's like deaf children are absolutely comparable to hearing children. At 12 months, they grow so intensely by 18 months. So the more we can provide specific language services within that time frame, the better.
Okay, I also have one more question. The gap in proficiency between deaf students and deaf students with the additional disabilities is what's like being done to help close that gap? Is there anything that's like actively being put into place, like measures that are being taken or criteria that should be met?
That's a great question. Before, we didn't have this information, so this is brand new data. Now that we have this data, you're the first to see it. You on the commission are the first to see it. So now we have an opportunity to have a conversation. What are the resources we need to have available and ready for our deaf children with additional disabilities? Now, families need to know what's possible, what's available. And it is a case-by-case basis for each child depending on their disability. But before, we didn't have this conversation because we couldn't. We didn't have the data. Now that we have the data, we're able to start this very important conversation. And invite me again next year. I may have more news to share at that point.
Thank you.
Scanning for other commissioners.
Online.
Commissioner Sorter.
Good morning. Thank you for your presentation. We are also looking forward to your April, I believe it's the 28th presentation with ACSE. We do have one clarifying question about who can administer the assessment. There is some confusion in the field whether it has to be a credentialed DHH teacher or, for example, a speech therapist.
That's a good question. According to the Ed Code, it says in the Ed Code, deaf and hard of hearing credentialed instructor. Not all COEs, not all school districts have a credentialed deaf and hard of hearing teacher or specialist. They can have an SLP if it is for spoken language, spoken English. But for ASL, it's best to have a deaf credentialed teacher.
Thank you.
Commissioner Oyakawa.
Thank you so much, and I apologize for arriving late to today's meeting, so I missed the first part of the presentation. I have a few comments. As most of you know, my daughter is hard of hearing, and actually Dr. Ramsmario knows her and has helped us with her a lot. One of the things I wanted to follow up on was the discussion in the beginning of this conversation about dropping students or moving them from an IEP to a 504. That is so common in the DHH world for families to have to struggle to keep their kids in services once they start meeting goals. And I think it's kind of almost universal in other areas as well, but it's very striking. You know, we want to make sure that everyone understands that when a student starts to meet their goals, that means the services and support are working. It doesn't mean they are cured and no longer need these services, but that they're showing that this intervention has been helpful and instead they can move forward with new goals. And so same thing with the milestones. And again, and that's why I've had many debates with providers about whether moving someone to a 504, a deaf or hard of hearing student to a 504 is sufficient. And while you can provide things like microphones and those types of services through a 504, the goals drop off when you're no longer in the IEP. And I want to make sure that all families are aware of that, and that the providers, our administrators and teachers, always keep that in mind for our students, that they are still deaf or hard of hearing and they still need these services. They are doing well because of the support, and not that they no longer need it. So thank you for having that conversation. The other thing is I wanted to thank you for bringing this whole assessment language milestones to our students. My daughter is now in high school, but you know, this didn't exist back in the day. We had regular language milestones that we would try to figure out where should she be, and it's really hard to get support, hard to make a goal when you don't know where your student should be because she doesn't fit what the test was made for or who the test was made for. And so to have something specific, specifically made for deaf and hard of hearing students, as well as those with additional disabilities, is huge. So thank you for doing this. This is exciting. And I'm so happy for all the young families that are coming up. You know, when you're in an IEP and as a parent and you're fighting to get not just services, but just goals, you know, often you hear from administration, we can't make a goal because we don't know where they are. We don't have anything to compare to. We don't have the data. And so now we have the data. And as one of the other commissioners mentioned, giving it to the parents is very empowering. So I think just having that built in is so wonderful. So thank you for doing that. The other comments, or I guess questions I had was, it's a little bit separate, but related to this population, is whether there will be assessments for ASL progression for those families whose children are also learning ASL, especially those who are coming from hearing families. I know that I think Gallaudet has sort of a list of where you should be progressing for ASL, but I believe that's geared towards students who are in a deaf family, or that's my understanding. And I wondered if we'd have something similar to that with language development in ASL specifically. So that's a question. Maybe that's for the future. And then I think to follow up on the other question someone had about who can administer, I think Commissioner Sorter asked, I wondered if that's something that the Dr. Leibuck-Amon, if your group in Fremont, if they're able to go out, if a district can't do the assessments on their own, if that's something that could be, you can be consulted on and get that support from your group. So those are all my questions and comments. Thank you both. Thank you so much for all your work.
This is Julie. It's good to see you again. Very good to see you, Christine. Thank you so much. If I remember your questions, try to go back through them. Yes, we do have an ASL service that's including deaf coaches, which is provided through your California Early Hearing Detection and Intervention, your EDDie program, and it's called Lead K Family Services. And I'll put that in the link in the chat since we're online, but it's www.leadkfamilyservices.org. You can also Google search it and it'll pop up. And you can get resources through them, through that, and services. And they work in alignment with language milestones. So for example, if the child is not meeting those language milestones, then they can put down what that is, and the deaf coach and the school district will pay for Lead K Family Services to provide deaf coaches to go to your home every week, to become part of your family and learn how to read books to deaf children, how to interact, have dinner time, go shopping, having those language-rich conversations. Oh, look, there's apples. Oh, look, there's oranges. Having conversations daily and exposing those with that deaf adults help there. And of course, with parents' participation. And then another is about the administration of the tests and the assessments. You can contact the outreach at Fremont. They do have and provide supports and guidance on how to provide the assessments using the LMA. And the person to contact is Laura T. Peterson. Christine, you've met her before. Now, this is still new. Northern California is still working on this and getting that information out there to become a normal practice to happen within the state of California. But it is still new. And this is Nancy. Two things to add. The ASL assessment, there is an ASL assessment. Sorry, go ahead. Yes, this is Julie. I would love to see a growing field of consultative deaf professionals to show the school districts, COEs, and all those professionals how the LMA works and how they assess their deaf children. Often the teachers who are not native signers miss the nuances of the language. I often see this occurring. Parents or teachers who are not fluent are missing these things. So it's nice to have a deaf ASL specialist as a future position and opportunity to consider. Thank you very much. This is Nancy. I'd like to add one other quick thing. The Ed Code itself in California is very clear and says that two deaf schools and blind school that we have in the state of California, Fremont and Riverside, are supposed to provide resources and technical assistance. But many school districts are not aware. So I do want to reemphasize that. You can always reach out to one of our two deaf schools in Fremont and Riverside or our blind school for professional training, for guidance, to go to your school, to provide support. There's a litany of things that they can provide as far as supporting the needs of our school districts. And of course, the manpower is always a challenge. The number of staff we have available is not always ideal. But the point is, if you want more, have more questions, want more support, please reach out to me and I can connect you to the right people from one of our schools in the north and south areas of our state. For those online, I added the email address and the website in the chat. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Scanning for any other comments or questions from commissioners. Okay, with that, we will transition to public comment. So anyone in the room who wishes to make a comment on this item, please begin lining up. And while we are waiting for members of the public in person to line up, we have our public comment slide with our conference dial-in number. It is 717-908-1926. Not seeing anyone in the room. Do we have any callers?
There are no callers at this time.
Thank you so much. So we will close this agenda item, and we had a break scheduled from 10:15 until 10:30. I wanted to do a quick check to see if anyone wanted to. We're definitely taking a break, so I'll start with that. But I wondered if we could do a 5-minute break instead of a 15-minute break. Would that be okay? I'm seeing nods in the room online. Also nods. Okay, wonderful. So we will, let's just round it up a little bit and come back at 10:40. Thank you so much. Welcome back, everybody, and thank you for accommodating our adjusted break. We are heading into item 13, which is our Special Education Director's Report. So I will turn it over to Dr. Heenan.
Thank you, Chair Notch, Commissioners, and community for inviting me here today to give you a quick update for our April 2026 Director's Report for the Special Education Division. So today we'll provide an executive level summary of the current state of special education in California. I know that last night I updated a few slides, which you may or may not have, just based on the conversation and the questions that came regarding the budget and some of the questions I had with Commissioner Feimer, just so that would be helpful, and know that it's not an in-depth analysis, but I think this might lead us to maybe bringing in this presentation at a later date specifically for special education budget. So the briefing today is just divided into really three core pillars. We have policy and legislation, budget and operations, and community and support. And I'd like to also add in there to celebrate and recognize some of our LEAs and SALPAs that are making amazing gains in all areas for students with disabilities as we continue to celebrate the 50th anniversary of IDEA. So as mentioned in the last meeting, our Special Education Division is working really hard related to Assembly Bill 560. That was chaptered relating to the state superintendent creating student to pupil staffing ratio recommendations. We had an informational webinar, which there is now a dedicated website on the Special Education Division website related to this work. We have a survey going out to our parents and community members that is currently being translated. So there is a little delay because we want to make sure that that survey is accessible to our non-English speaking families, and that will gather information on what the priorities are, recommendations from our family and constituents. And then, of course, we will be asking our teachers, our administrators, our community partners for their feedback as well. Once we gather that feedback, we'll be hosting some sessions virtually so we can get members up and down the state to provide input as well as to recommendations for adult to student teacher ratios. So that work is well underway. Can you hear me? Okay, I didn't know if it was going out. Also know that the website is listed on there. I don't know if your link is active, but know that if you go on the Special Education Division website, there is a page specifically related to the work on AB Assembly Bill 560. The second piece of work relates to our Senate Bill 373, which is our non-public school oversight. There's a critical deadline, July 1st, coming up, and it's regarding our out-of-state non-public school placements. So as just a reminder, Senate Bill 373 really strengthens the oversight and student protections for our students who are placed in non-public school settings, especially out of state. Requires more rigorous state certification reviews, annual monitoring with the private school students check-in, stronger safety, restraint, and seclusion policies, which are illegal in the state of California. So we're doing a lot of work to make sure our out-of-state residences and placements know that this is an illegal practice in California. We are also making sure that students receive their rights all the time. Someone is reviewing their rights as a student in a non-public school placement. And one of the things that we have recently started is our administrators from our non-public school division have started these interviews, and the feedback from the students in these placements has been overwhelmingly positive. We're hearing feedback like they matter. We're listening to them. Their voice matters. what they think of their placement matters. So we're actually ramping up what we're doing when we are going to receive these calls and making sure that staff are trained in many areas to have these conversations and or refer them to an appropriate person to talk further regarding their placement. So again, lots of work happening in this area, and our student interviews are going really, really well. So again, on our legislative radar, like we talked about yesterday, there are a lot of bills being proposed in our assembly right now, specifically, and in the Senate. And this is really exciting because we know that special education is quote unquote on the map. It's challenging to keep up with new bills that are being proposed. We have a very strong government affairs team, as well as a new team within the special education division led by Nora Perello, who was here yesterday, to work specifically with our legislators, make sure we are at every hearing, make sure our voices are heard in every bill that's being drafted and amended to make sure it's representative of the special education division in our state. So I wanted to cover just a few of the bills that are listed here. And just as a reminder, AB 277, we talked about this last time, which was a 2-year bill introduced in 2025. And really, we're looking to make sure that every person who works with students with disabilities undergoes a DOJ background check, a Department of Justice, which is a very detailed background check. We're making sure they're screened for prior convictions or any other issues that could interfere or make our students more at risk. In the past, there's a position called a registered behavior technician that was not required to be fingerprinted in that manner, and this bill would address that to make that a requirement. So that bill is on to our Health and Human Services Committee. I believe it passed appropriation and it's pending referral. 1861 Assembly Bill, which is very on the radar right now for special education, and it's related to the Special Education Division creating a complaint database. So it requires California Department of Education to maintain a publicly accessible online database of special education complaints, and it's received under Ed Code 56500.2, and that database will be operational by January 1st, 2028. And I know probably a lot of you are wondering, wow, what that would look like. And basically what is written is that the database includes all complaints received at the beginning of the year when this, or if this bill is enacted, and as well as a full record of the department's decision. When we receive a complaint, we investigate a complaint, and we come to a decision with regards to compliance. But before entering any documents, CDE must redact all personally identifiable information consistent with IDEA requirements. So that bill is on to appropriations. Assembly Bill 2189 for the Student Council on Developmental Disabilities. I believe we had a presenter speak to this at our last meeting, and that would authorize the council to award a grant to a statewide advocacy organization to conduct outreach and training, and their purpose is to provide students and families with information regarding their rights and special education advocacy, and that bill also is being referred to the Education Committee. An Assembly Bill 2191 related to creating a resource lead, and that's specifically, that resource lead would specifically provide resources and technical assistance to LEAs, or school districts, to build capacity and develop awareness of the alternative pathways to a diploma. As we know, this work is out there, but we know that there is a lot more information and guidance to districts and families that needs to happen. So this bill is actually in appropriations right now. Another bill that we're looking at is Assembly Bill 2468, which is our Supporting Inclusive Practices Bill. And that bill would reassign the administration of SIP from CDE to CCEE. And SIP would be funded, the proposal is $30 million of Prop 98 funds for the next 5 years, and would also expand some of the work SIP would be doing. So again, this bill was sent also to appropriations. One other bill which we talked a little bit about yesterday that I'd like to mention is AB 2526. There is an LCFF special education grant. And really that grant reads like a call to action. It's urging the Assembly to enact future legislation that could add on to LCFF dollars, which would be based on the percentage of pupils who are individuals who are labeled as, quote, severely disabled. And I have a feeling that bill will get modified and the language updated because we don't use that terminology anymore. But that is the base of what that bill looks like. And in addition to the base grant, an add-on, it's an add-on for students who have extensive needs. And that bill is actually being referred to the Education Committee. Senate Bill 1226, we talked a little bit about this before, relates to students who have respiratory needs. And this bill would repeal the authorization for a licensed vocational nurse to assist students with basic respiratory services. So instead, it would authorize a qualified individual to provide this specialized physical health care service to students with exceptional needs. So this is referred to right now the Committee of Business Professions and Economic Development. AB 2555 is another that I think the Commission should be aware of in the community, and this relates to reclassification of long-term English language learners. There are changes to the definition being proposed and the criteria for classification as a long-term English learner. There's also language in there specifically related to students with disabilities. So this passed out of the Education Committees, moving on to appropriations. And the last one I think I'd like to mention is AB 1119, related to dual credentialing, which was chaptered in 2025. This one I don't think was on the radar enough, but we need to continue to uplift the work of this group, which is studying, and it's a work group looking at establishing pathways or dual credentials so that if a teacher has maybe a single subject or a multiple subject, it provides a quicker pathway for them to become dually credentialed as an ed specialist so they can also work with students with disabilities and vice versa. So for students who do have teachers who might have a education specialist credential, it also gives them the opportunity to apply to be a single subject teacher so that they also can teach maybe at the high school to be better prepared to teach single subject to students with disabilities. So this is something we're really watching and hoping to be very involved with. I know Commissioner Graff is also involved in this work, as well as other higher ed professionals. So we're really excited about this as we continue to prioritize teaching credentials and the staff shortages that we're facing for students with disabilities. So with that, I also want to say, for the purposes of watching bills, CDE right now is not supporting or opposing these bills at this time. The purpose of me bringing these up is so that you're aware of the bills that are out there that are related to special education, for you and your organizations or at home to look at these bills and to provide voice when these bills are being heard. We know that our legislators are always looking for student voice, teacher voice, people who are in the field that these bills will affect. So I'm hoping that you can just take this as this is something maybe you can look into, and then maybe either go oppose or support the bill related to what's going on in your part of the state. The next few slides, and I want to first thank our coalition for adequate funding for special education partners. for some of this information and some of the slides here, and specifically Anjanette Pelletier from School Services, Janet Cuneau, and Anthony Robello from the State SELPA Association, who shared some information specifically related to funding in special education. And this is where maybe at a future date we can take a deeper dive into this, but wanted to address some of the questions that came up yesterday, hopefully in these slides. So again, just a reminder, and every time we meet, I think it's really important that we look at our demographic realities and our numbers of students with disabilities, because as we know, we are funded by student, not by student with disabilities, but by every student who attends schools in California. So as our total enrollment of TK through 12 declines, so if you look at on the left side, it's about 10 years ago, 6.2 million students. We're at below 5.8 now. As our student population declines, so does the monies that our SELPAs and our LEAs get for our students, period, including our students with disabilities. And then if you look at the blue line that is ascending, that is the number of students with disabilities, and we keep climbing and climbing as more students are being identified as students with disabilities. So remember, and I think that this is key, is that students with disabilities are general education students first. Plus, there are additional monies that come in to support districts to meet the unique needs of these students. So I just wanted to give you a quick visual of the enrollment of students with disabilities nationally versus the state of California. So if you look at the chart, students with disabilities age 3 to 22, and there are some infants who are served as well from birth to 3. The number of students with disabilities in the United States was approximately 7.3 million. I think we're at about 8 million at this point, and it's about 15% of our students enrolled in public schools. When I started in the profession, it was about 10%. So we've gained over 5%, which is pretty significant, especially for a state of our size. And as you can see, while our enrollment declines, our pupil count for students with disabilities increases. Some just changes or trends of our students served in special education. Students with disabilities with extensive support needs has doubled since the year 2000, doubled. We've seen a notable rise in autism, which affects about 1 in 31 students right now, and it used to be approximately 1 in 600. 1 in 31. And about 1 in 6 children ages 3 to 17 has 1 or more developmental disabilities, meeting the needs of our students very complex. And as many know, boys are much more likely to be identified as having a disability. And our students of color, our American Indian, Alaskan Native students are identified at higher rates than their incidence of enrollment in the United States. So this is something we work specifically with school districts to make sure they are not over-representing or over-identifying students of color as a student with disabilities. We talked a little bit yesterday about the cost and expenditures of students with disabilities, and this cost continues to rise as our students are presenting with more unique needs. And also, if you think about the technology that has happened or is happening so quickly, we are seeing amazing advances in technology which are helping students access curriculum, communicate, etc. And along with this advancements in technology are also additional costs to access education. So if you look, there is a trend over time, and it talks about the average cost of educating a student with disability from 2010 all the way to this year. And as you can see, the average cost continues to rise. I talked yesterday with one of the commissioners about revenue components in California Special Ed. Again, want to thank our colleagues for providing some of these images to help make that visual, make it more understandable related to how special education is funded. So if you look on the right side of the screen, we were talking yesterday about federal funding. I think Ms. Perella presented on our Part B application, which California receives $1.4 billion. And I think when you think of that number, you think it is an unbelievable amount of money. However, when you look at this money flowing through to over 2,200 school districts to meet the needs of students, it is not enough. So we are still lobbying not only our state, which has risen to the occasion, but our federal government. So we have some groups who annually lobby Washington, D.C. I believe one of our student commissioners also was in Washington, D.C. Our Coalition for Adequate Funding, our SELPA Association, and many, many other groups, including our CAC parent advisory committees, also lobby at the federal government level for additional funding for IDEA, and that lobbying will continue until we receive the funding that we were promised in 1975. So again, here's some just a visual of some additional funding and through the state that school districts and SELPAs receive to help support their students and their programs of students with disabilities. There's additional money for infants. There's an additional funding for alternative dispute resolution, which is becoming a very big focal point of the work that we're doing at the state level. There is extraordinary cost pool money, which are for our more intensive needs students who might need more additional funding. There's low incidence funding for our deaf, our blind, and our orthopedically impaired students, as well as monies that come in for our program specialists to our SELPAs, property taxes, and again, we talked yesterday specifically about our state dollars. So when you look at this, what it looks like is a maze or a snake, it's like, wow, there is a lot of money here. We need a lot more money to meet the needs of our students. What's important is in the state budget right now, we talked about the Budget Act, is that our governor proposed an additional $509 million ongoing Prop 98 funding to support special education in the state. And what's important about this is that we call it full equalization. And that means, and I think we were talking about this yesterday, Commissioner, if you live in one part of the state compared to if you're living in another part of the state, do you get more money? Well, over the past several years, one of the things we focused on was equalization, so that if you live all the way in Northern California or in the San Diego border, you're going to get and receive the same monies to support your students with disabilities. So if it looks like right now, a minimum of $999 per pupil to equalize the funding across our SELPAs. And if you look here, if you look all the way back to 2019, 2020, there were some SELPAs receiving $493 per student, and other SELPAs were receiving $942 per student. And if you look at the trend over time, there's just there's a large difference, a discrepancy if you live in one area and if you live in another. So over time, as you can see through this graph, that we've been working on and advocating for equalization across SELPA areas, which is the Special Ed Local Plan area, to make sure that all our SELPAs are receiving the same monies to support the students in that whole area. So we went all the way from about $3.4 billion in 2019, 2020 to $5.6 billion. So that's a great increase from our state, from our governor and our legislators to fund and show their commitment to supporting students with disabilities. We talked briefly about two items that were in the trailer bill, and we're looking for, there's something called the May Revise coming up, which will give more information related to the governor's proposal or information in the trailer bill. And we were supporting, went and testified to support what we call the SIP, which is Supporting Inclusive Practices or Innovative Practices Encumbrance Extension. And we are just asking our legislators for an additional year for the SIP partners to use this funding and to reach more school districts in the next year. So that's one of the things that is in the trailer bill that we're hoping will pass. The second thing is the proposal to realign the governance structure, which I know a lot of people are talking about. And this would transfer the authority for CDE to a kind of dual leader position where there would be a state superintendent as well as an education commissioner. And the State Board of Education would be a more active role in the leadership of the department. So we're looking for more information in the May Revise on what exactly this realignment would look like. Another important area I think we would like to highlight is, as most of you know, our Office of Administrative Hearings, which we call OAH. They hear our disputes, our mediations, our due process filings for families and school districts throughout the state. And since COVID, in order to meet the needs of our families, hearings had shifted and mediations had shifted to completely online, which was perfect during the time of COVID. Since that time, mediations and hearings have continued online. We have had parents request that in-person mediations are their preferences, or in-person hearings where they want to be face-to-face with either the administrative law judge or all parties, and that flexibility was important. So we have worked with our Office of Administrative Hearings to now make this option available, so that if parents or even school districts say, you know, we would love to have these meetings in person again, that is an opportunity and an option for our families. So we've worked with OAH in our contract to introduce language to have families or those who would like to meet in person have that option. In this section highlights, really we talked yesterday about providing technical assistance and some of our monies that go to our technical assistance providers. And as a reminder, and I always like to put this up, these are key initiatives that we have in special education to support our LEAs in many, many areas. You know, our California MTSS, our open access groups, our pathways to partnership, system improvement leads. There's so many groups in here, and I think Commissioner Snipes, you were talking about people not knowing. I wish I knew what was out there to support my LEA, to support my SELPA, and just wanted to know you are able to reach out to any of us if you want more information, how to get your LEA hooked up with any of these technical assistance providers. And we're seeing such great improvement from all the work that these state system of support providers, our regional special ed regional leads are supporting schools throughout the state. So I'd like to celebrate them as we continue this year of 50th anniversary of IDEA, and also more specifically celebrate the impact and the improvement that we're seeing throughout some of our districts. I know we don't take a lot of time at some of these meetings to talk about specific districts, but if you look on the screen, we're seeing really significant improvement in performance trends across various LEAs throughout the state. For example, if you look at Wheatland Union High School, they've seen a 10.8% change in their ELA, their English, and 9% in math. We're also seeing improvements like Acton, Agua Dulce Unified. They've demonstrated a 25.4% reduction in absenteeism. 25%. So as you can see, when you target 1 or 2 areas, that's what we're pushing our LEAs to do, we're seeing significant growth. So on the left side, you see Sonoma Valley. You see the LEA on the left, the SELPA on the right, and then their ELA, math, inclusion data, suspension and absenteeism, just to see their growth in each area. Sonoma Valley, Wheatland Unified, Southern Kern Unified, Acton Agua Dulce Unified, Fillmore Unified, Kern, Tehachapi, Whittier Union, Modesto City, Moreno Valley, Antelope Valley Union High, and Palm Springs Unified are just districts that we just did a quick capture of amazing progress that we're seeing throughout the year. So kudos and congratulations to those districts and the SELPAs, and especially our state system of support providers who are working with them every single day. The last, and I will leave you with just 2 more slides. Again, our annual performance report, and that's where we pulled some of this information. We're asking that parents, community members, there's a link there on Seeds of Partnership for you to hop on there. Look how your district is doing specifically. Look how we're doing as a state. And then if you would like to, provide feedback. We're looking for questions that we can help work with LEAs to get answers. If you have questions about why is their absenteeism rate so high? Why, these are what we want to tap districts to say, our community members are asking, we really need you to target this area. So we're always looking for feedback on that. We have an exciting presentation coming up this week. I believe it's this week or next week. I don't have the calendar in front of me, from Seeds of Partnership. Again, we have monthly training, PowerPoints, webinars for our audience members. And again, it's for families, for staff, for administrators. And this month's topic is improving and supporting outcomes for our Black, African American, and students of color with disabilities. It's a very, very amazing opportunity. I think we all need to listen in, to learn. We're hearing from students, especially I think Commissioner Donato Sop is also presenting, talking about and speaking from the student voice, and supporting the work we're doing through the department on supporting our students of color to improve achievement. And we're looking specifically at students with disabilities. If you look on our Seeds of Partnership website, it's on the screen. There's a QR code, you can register, sign up, sign on, always looking to get this information out to our families. And the last thing, I think one of our FECs talked yesterday about supporting families and students, and we are also committed to that work. So our Constituent Support Office, they are there all the time taking calls from our constituents, from our families who might have questions. Where do I go for this? I have a concern with this. And our job is to support families, support teachers, support those in the community with more information. So if there are questions, the phone number is there, an email is there. We're happy to take your questions, calls, refer you to the best appropriate person to answer any questions, and hopefully if there's a conflict, to resolve it at the lowest level possible. So with that, I'd like to close by just showing a short video to you. As you know, one of our ultimate goals is to move from simple access to true belonging. We talk about this a lot when we talk about inclusion, and it's not just inviting those who have unique needs to the party, it's having them truly belong. So I want to go ahead and close with this video. And this is what we see in action when we have whole school communities. Like this example is from New Hampshire, who does not have a school for the deaf. But this is a true symbol of what it means to move from access to belonging. So I'd like to go ahead and play this and then close. So thank you for your time. Thank you for allowing me to go through some updates on where we are in special education. We have a very, very busy department. I'm proud of the support and the leadership that they give and provide throughout the state. So with that, I'd like to open it up to any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And I'm fighting back. That video makes me weepy every single time I see it. It's beautiful. So thank you for sharing that. I will do a very hard pivot into a nuts and bolts question, which is I was asked the other day about where we are right now in the process of the statewide IEP template, and I've kind of lost that timeline. So I don't know if you could give a brief update about that.
Great question. We're excited for this work. Right now, we are working with CCEE to receive the template. So they had to work with some vendors to make sure the template was kind of readable per se in the what is it called? The information technology system that each district uses. And so they were working with the company to go ahead, I believe it was SACE, to go ahead and make sure that that template was workable in the systems. And then we are waiting to receive that template and should be translated probably sooner than the deadline. And we're looking to have it translated in 10 languages, probably within the next couple months. So we are very, very close, and like to thank Heather DeFeed. She's working very, very hard with the IEP template to make sure it's accessible, to make sure that the language is appropriate, legally defendable, and then once we're ready to go with the translation.
That's fantastic. That's a lot sooner than I thought it would be, so excellent news. Thank you. Turning it over to other commissioners for comments or questions. Commissioners.
Online.
Oh.
So I'm really happy that there's some bills being looked at that have been affecting teachers and students for a while now. AB 560 about staffing, adult to pupil staffing. I know that has been a big concern for teachers and parents for the longest while, for all teachers, but in particular for special ed teachers, that has been a concern. Because it can be overwhelming, and it's good that they have support staff, but it still is quite a lot for the teachers, and some students just need more support. AB 277, the checks for, the background checks for behavioral health, very important. As parents, it's always in the back of our mind that our students can be exposed to inappropriate behavior with adults. And so that would really give us some more assurance that, we can feel that our students are safe in school, which is one place they really are supposed to be safe. And then AB 2490 about teacher credentialing, in particular substitute teacher. You can actually go in some SDC classrooms and realize that the regular teacher is not there. And what you're seeing sometimes is that the support staff are the ones who are in charge of the classroom, which brings to mind a caller we had. Well, it wasn't a caller. It was, I guess they sent an email in, and the support staff was saying that he or she is hoping that more support staff will be able to become credentialed special education teachers. And I can see why they would say this, because quite often they are left to be the lead in the classroom, in particularly when we have substitute teachers who basically let the support staff take over the classroom when the regular teacher is not there. So I think that if a substitute teacher is going to be in a classroom, she should have enough education and the credentials to take over the classroom. Thank you.
Commissioner Sorter.
Thank you for all of that wonderful information. Going back to slide 3, the 10 bills that were shared, just kind of for clarification, you gave an example of like the SIP proposal is going to appropriations. So does that mean those 10 bills are either going to appropriations and now moving to floor vote? Is that kind of where we are?
Yeah, well, so basically they've passed out of the first committee that either has written the bill, proposed the bill, and then usually it goes on to the next committee, which is appropriation, to determine what the cost is or potential cost of this bill. So usually it has to go through appropriations before it goes to the other house. So a lot of times, like I believe it was the respiratory services, it might go through another bill like health services or something that it might not be just specifically education related. It would go to another house in addition to, or committee, in addition to the appropriations. So some of them take a different track depending on what it's specifically related to, because it impacts usually a lot more than just one area of just the education committee. So you can also
Thank you.
You can also track these bills yourself. It's almost daily. We hop on, look to see where they are, or if something's happened, or the language has been amended. So please know the public can also follow these bills and to see what the language is and how it's currently updated and where it's going.
Thank you.
Commissioner Graff.
Well, thank you. And Director Heenan, this was an excellent, excellent report. And thank you for staying up late last night to update the slides based on the conversation we had yesterday. Really appreciate it, because I know that the issue of budget is really critical. So thank you. Really appreciate your work. And thank you, Commissioner Sorter, for asking the question. And also, Rachel, for identifying that we can track these bills. And so, with the Ledge Policy Committee and the conversation we had yesterday about our being a liaison to our appointing bodies, I'll follow up through Denise about how we can track some of these bills ourselves and so forth. So thank you. That was incredibly helpful. Just a couple of questions about AB 560 and SB 373. I'm curious, and I'm pleased, about the staffing conversation, and I need to go on the website myself and educate myself. But do you think this will also provide an opportunity for us to look at workload for education specialists? I know that that's not necessarily caseload versus workload and some of those issues. Is that something that can be discussed in this particular, through this particular bill, or is that something that we need to take a look at separately?
Absolutely. We're looking for comments specifically with the details from the professionals who are in the classroom related to their assessment time. Even our special education teachers are conducting some of the academic assessments, and what that looks like and the percentage of time that they're doing that. So that we're asking for detailed information on exactly that, Commissioner Graff.
Wonderful, that's great. And on SB 373, the non-public school oversight, do we have any data on the percentage of our students in California who are in non-public schools, whether they're in-state or out of state?
We absolutely do. I can get that information to you. I just don't want to misquote it. So we do have, for sure, an accurate number of students. And just know that it is the LEA's responsibility when a student is placed in a non-public school placement from the school district to report that information to CDE. So, we have the most current information, but just wanted to do a quick reminder out to the field.
Well, I mean, I think that's really important data for a number of reasons, to see if there are some disparities among districts who have higher rates of assignments to non-public school, and then also the cost factor. as well. I know in terms of the obligation of the LEA with any fees and so forth related to that. So that could have some budget implications, moving forward. So, but again, thank you for a very thorough presentation. Very, very helpful. Thanks again.
My pleasure. I'll have that data for you all. If you want, I can present that at the next meeting, or I can just forward the data to Chair Notch and to disseminate it to the committee.
Thank you.
Commissioner Oyakawa.
Thank you so much, Dr. Heenan. I love your presentations. I appreciate the slides, all the information, and it's presented in a way it's very digestible. And I'm sorry, but I think because you're so good at what you're doing when you're sharing all this information, it made me think more of how else we can access some of the information, particularly with regards to the bills that are up. Your list was very helpful for us to get a quick overview. But I wonder for parents and even for commissioners to try to access this information. I know we can find the bill and then track it ourselves, but is it possible to have a place on the CDE special ed pages that would have a list and with just a hyperlink maybe to what, the current bill that are specifically related to special ed? I don't know if we already have something like that in the general, in the education, not just special ed specific, but if there's a way that parents and just the public can quickly see what's coming up, what are they trying to do, where can I have a voice, and I wondered if that's something. I know it's such a dynamic situation, right, with any bill that's coming up or dropped and all that. Maybe I don't know how often it could be updated, but I wonder if there's something like that we can have available to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. That's a great idea. And we are actually, like I mentioned, we now have a policy and initiatives unit within the Special Education Division. Ms. Perella is the administrator over that newly formed unit. And that's one of the things. We do have a specific website for policy and initiatives that is currently being worked on. We have a new web page that's being launched probably by the end of the month for sure. And we'll see if we can get some links to these bills specifically, so you can just click on it. It'll take you right to the bill, gives a nice summary, and then you can go down the rabbit hole if you'd like. But we'll definitely take that into consideration and try to get that on the website.
Love it. Thank you so much.
Okay, not seeing any other commissioner comments or questions. Thank you again, Director Heenan, for your wonderful presentation. And we will transition into public comment for this item. So if there are any members of the public in person who wish to make a comment, please begin lining up. And while we're waiting for those in person to come up to the podium, we will also be displaying our public comment slide for those watching on the webcast to dial in. That number is 717-908-1926.
My name is Alana Cooper. I'm the Downey Montebello SELPA Director and also the Secretary to the SELPA Administrators of California Association. And as a director working in the field, I would like to express my appreciation for Dr. Heenan's leadership and support that her team provides to practitioners throughout California. We also appreciate her sharing and discussing the realities that are in the field. And the department's work, such as the work shared today, helps strengthen our ability to deliver meaningful outcomes for our students with disabilities. Thank you for your thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public in person who wish to make a comment? Okay. Not seeing any. Do we have any callers?
Caller ending in 4476. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation. You will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning. My name is Veronica Coates, current chair of the Self-Administrators of California Association. I want to thank Dr. Heenan for her robust policy update and for her leadership in ensuring that student, family, and practitioner perspectives are reflected in policy decisions. We also recognize her strong leadership in supporting the statewide system of support and impact on students with disabilities. We deeply appreciate her partnership with our association's finance committee. As special ed finance, particularly as it relates to students with complex needs, is complex, of course, and critical for us all to understand. We value her support for dispute resolution options, including access to in-person hearings. And lastly, our budgets reflect our values. We must continue advocating for federal funding, including the promise made over 50 years ago, while also supporting increased state investment. We appreciate Governor Newsom's proposal for funding equalization across California. Thank you, Dr. Heenan. We stand ready to support these efforts alongside the department.
Thank you. There are no more callers at this time.
Well, thank you, everybody, for the robust engagement, and you have earned a lunch break. So we will break now and return at 1 p.m. for our general public comment. So that's another opportunity for members of the public to comment on issues that are not on today's agenda. So we will see everybody at 1 o'clock. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a fantastic lunch and you are ready for the last part of our day 2 of the Advisory Commission on Special Education meeting. We are going to go into item 14, which is our general public comments. This is invitation to speak on any matter not on the agenda. So the slide is up for anyone who wants to dial in, and if there are any members of the public in person in the room who wish to speak, please begin lining up. And that will give our participants not in the room an opportunity to dial in. The number is on the screen, and it's 717-908-1926. Okay, not seeing anyone in the room. Do we have any callers?
There are no callers at this time.
We will close item 14 and with a tremendous amount of excitement transition to item 15, which is the University of California and California State University Collaborative for Neuroscience, Diversity, and Learning. And we will invite Drs. Grammer and Esposito up to make their presentation.
Thank you all for having us. We really appreciate the opportunity to be here. I think so. Okay, I'll get closer. Thank you for having us here. We're excited to tell you a little bit about the work we're doing with the UCCSU Collaborative for Neuroscience, Diversity, and Learning. And we'll start with a quick overview. We're going to describe a little about who we are and what the UCCSU Collaborative is. We're also going to talk a little bit about Array Learning, which is our online learning platform for pre-service educators and others designed for California educators across the state. And we're going to talk about some examples of ways we're engaged in this work currently and where we're headed. I'm Jenny Grammer. I'm the UC faculty director and an associate professor at UCLA in the School of Education and Information Studies. And this is Kate Esposito. She's my colleague. She's our CSU faculty director and also a professor at Cal State Dominguez Hills and chair of the special education department.
It's really a pleasure to be here, so thank you all for your time. And the UC-CSU Collaborative was founded and funded in 2019 with the launch through the California Budget Act. And our goal was to build the first statewide infrastructure linking neuroscience, educator preparation, practice, and policy. And the reason that those are linked is because we really strive to ensure that we have a well-prepared teacher force, and really that all of our educators are well-prepared. And we seek to leverage the combined expertise and reach of both the UC and the CSU. And again, we know that the CSUs prepare the largest number of educators in the state right now, but the UC also prepares a lot, and really bridging that research and practice to ensure that our teachers are well prepared. We also serve as a nexus, linking the statewide system of support, community colleges, private IHEs, local educational agencies, and nonprofits. And so through all of those linkages, we really seek to ensure that our teachers are well prepared. We know that when we look at the landscape of California, that 13% of our students within California have an identified disability. We also know that that of our 1.2 million students, that this is an increase, that of our 6 million students, 1.2 million of them have disabilities. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you. And we also know that 80% or more of our schools have reported an increased number in the number of students with disabilities.
Yeah. So in addition to thinking about our students with identified disabilities, we're also really interested in supporting learners that might experience difficulties with learning and attention related to other individual differences in how they experience the classroom and learning, related to dyslexia, dyscalculia, ADHD, dysgraphia, and autism, for example. We also know, as Kate was mentioning, that for a number of students, anxiety and depression and trauma also are impacting their learning. And many of the things that we want to support future educators in understanding how to do can support all of those learners who are having difficulty in any given grade or content area. So I want to share a little bit about kind of how we're grounded in this work and kind of how we come to it. We know that differences in how students learn are the norm rather than the exception. But we believe that adults have the power to transform student experiences. They set the context for students every day. And everyone who interacts directly with students, educators, administrators, family, caregivers, school staff, support providers, everyone in that building play an important role in ensuring growth and achievement. And we also know that about 17% of general educators report feeling confident in their ability to support students with learning differences in their classrooms. That's not as high as we'd like it to be, right? And around 30% of general education teachers felt strongly that they could successfully teach students with disabilities. That's, again, we want to kind of work on those numbers. 50% of general education teachers believe that students with disabilities can reach grade level standards, and perhaps these data also indicate that they would like some more support in doing so. So our work, kind of getting to this model of, obviously we're focused on promoting student development and achievement. The student is in the middle, but we're also really trying to figure out how do we make sure that everybody else in all of these circles has the information they need to provide that right level of support. So we are engaged in translating research and getting it into the hands of teacher education faculty and teachers in preparation. We also have those resources available for educators in practice. We have an arm of our work that is engaged in policy, and given that we have a tight alignment with the UC, we also are bringing research to the table to share, but also creating and generating new research that might lead to better advances for students and to support teachers as well. So kind of in sum, we're facilitating learning through our Array Learning platform, and that's what we're going to talk a little bit more about here next. But we also have work that we're engaged in that informs policy, as well as efforts to foster implementation by really working with that network of folks across the state, as Kate was just mentioning previously, to make sure that we're providing pre-service educators and faculty in schools of education with the same types of information that folks are using in the PK-12 space as well.
So one of the ways that we do that is through the learning platform called Araya. And Araya, just so, as you look at this graphic design, you'll see different colors, those little triangles. That's really to represent the diversity that we have in California. And we really view it as just an array of learners. So when we look at our data, we launched Araya. So we launched Araya in 2025. We know that we have about 8,000 users that have enrolled in 12,000 plus different courses. And the reach of Araya, it's an online platform. We've really been reaching into different universities. Faculty can use them. Faculty can take them independently. Faculty can share them with their students. And it's really designed to support the implementation of the state reforms, and that so that researchers and teachers can use across the UC and CSU campuses. And we are growing our numbers at both the independent and private campuses or programs. Okay, next slide. Oh, and I just want to highlight this map here. You know, California, as we all know, is a large state, but if you look at the different colors, that's where we have our highest concentration. And so we are spread across the different states. Our question is how do we ensure that we're getting these materials into the different universities and into the different teacher preparation programs? So I think we can skip this one. Yeah. We already talked about that. So let me go back to the name. So the name AREA reflects the broad array of learners in California. We really view each of our students as having unique strengths and needs and backgrounds. It also represents the many lived experiences and perspectives that our students have. And again, we're really focused on trying to ensure that our educators are prepared so that when they begin to work with all of our students, they have the most recent and cutting edge knowledge to really ensure that they're meeting the range of learners in their classroom.
So the foundation of all of the content that we're sharing on AREA is aligned with the goal of connecting research and practice. So I am a developmental psychologist by training. Much of my work is focused on how young people develop skills for self-regulation, executive function. We have a lot of that represented on AREA because we have a strong focus on student learning and development with a whole child focus as well. So not just on academic development, but also on aspects of social development, cognitive development, and also behavioral and mental and physical health. Because all of these things coordinated are the learner in front of you. We also, though, want to think about what are the educator practices, the skills and knowledge that future teachers need in combination with this in-depth understanding of how students learn and how they grow. And so we try and present with everything that we do on AREA a balance of each of these things so that you're seeing the skills, you're getting the foundational knowledge, but you're also seeing how that aligns and connects with research on children's learning and development. And I know that this is kind of a big graphic here, but this also highlights how experiences in school shape development. One of the things that we know is that just the act of going to school, kind of showing up, we don't even really have to think about what's happening in that building, although of course we want to, changes children's brain development with respect to things like memory, self-regulation, et cetera. We also know, though, that we can do a much better job of creating environments that support all learners. So if you could imagine a child who has ADHD, this is an area that I work in quite a bit, that child might have individual differences that are related to things that are happening in their brains, things that they came to the classroom with, there are other developmental factors going on, it's highly heritable. But whatever happens in that classroom also shapes whatever behavior that child is able to engage in or kind of what happens to them and how they continue to develop. So if you have a student who has ADHD and enters a classroom where a teacher is not really understanding the behavior that they see and seeing the behavior as misbehavior and reacting in a particular way, the trajectory of that student and the opportunities for that student are going to be different than that same student in a classroom with a teacher who has a better understanding of individual differences of that learner. So how might I support a student with ADHD? How might I reframe how I think about that behavior and then really try and put things in place that support their success and see kind of where their strengths are? Each of these little moves are shaping children's behavior, then they're shaping brain development over time. So this is kind of the foundation and the research background and theory that we're drawing on for this work. AREA specifically, though, is developed with this idea of alignment with state priorities and needs. The content that we have is tied directly to the California's TPEs and CSTPs, trying to create that alignment between preparation and once folks are out of their prep programs. It's informed by the needs of California's educators and teacher educators and leaders. So we did a lot of fact-finding, focus groups, et cetera, to really understand how could we be helpful to get information and content for faculty and into their classrooms. We also really emphasize emphasis on evidence-based and practical resources. We want you to have research, but we also need it to be usable. And that's not always the case, so we're trying to make that balance happen. And the goal is to have a one-stop trusted source. So it's informed by the collective expertise of faculty in the UC and the CSU and our many statewide partners. And you know that when you go there, you can trust what you're finding. And that is helpful, especially as a faculty member trying to figure out what to add into my class. I know that what's going to be here is kind of really strongly evidence-based and current.
And teacher faculty can really feel confident in using these materials because they are aligned with what the commission has identified as the teaching performance expectations that will best serve students when they enter into the classroom.
So a couple of key features about AREA. Everyone can create a free account. It's available. You don't have to be in a pre-service program. Anyone can use it. We have a searchable library. It's full of online modules, adaptive resources, examples of practice. This is what our interface looks like. You can see here we have in our original allocation of funding, a lot of our emphasis was on literacy. We have a lot of content on literacy I'll outline in a second. But there are other things that you can find as well that might be more related to things that you are trying to focus on in whatever course you're teaching or whatever thing you're trying to accomplish.
And when we're working with faculty who are then working with tomorrow's teachers, one of the things that's really great is that our students, our teacher candidates, they can go in, they complete these resources. We know that they're good resources. As a faculty member, I feel really confident in assigning these. I know that my students are going to learn, they're going to walk away with something. And once you complete a module or a learning series, you can also receive a certificate of completion. That also will signal to the school district that you've had some recent training. And so it's really valuable to our candidates as they enter into the job market. We know that they've been trained on this. We know that they've had new training. It's cutting edge. They know what's going to be happening. So that is a good feature of AREA, just in terms of when faculty are using it, but also school administrators, if they're using these modules or these learning platforms with their own professional development within their school, they know that their participants are completing them.
I mentioned previously that a lot of our emphasis early on was on opportunities for literacy learning, and that is an area where we have a lot of robust content. We have 14 evidence-based literacy and language instruction courses that are aligned with SB 488 and Literacy Standard 7 from the CTC, and that provided a really great opportunity for us to share with faculty so that they could ensure that they were meeting that new standard. You can see here we have language and literacy dyslexia series. These are more in-depth courses, 1 to 2 hours in length, starting with kind of what is the reading brain, the neuroscience and kind of behavioral science of dyslexia, all the way through more specific topics. We also have a series that are shorter courses, about 30 minutes each in length, on the core components of reading. And this is one of our efforts to really help prepare future educators for thinking about reading screening and different things that are happening now in the state. We have a lot of other content, though, that aligns with this. We know that reading development is connected with language development. So we have new modules on language development, specifically for PK3 educators, that feed into how we think about literacy. And we also have some more fun things around mythbusters. So there's a lot of myths out there, for example, about dyslexia. So we've been trying to create shorter form content that's still very fact-based, evidence-based, that's engaging, to get people thinking about what are the facts and the fictions, and why do I really need to know about some of these things? What are the implications for the students that I work with? And I'd like to point out that these types of resources, the Mythbusters series is a good example, that they're really for anybody. So it may be that you're in preparation and that might be interesting to you, but we also think that some of these could be interesting for families, for students, et cetera. So there's a lot of opportunity to kind of see yourself or things you're interested in some of these types of work. And we've also been hosting communities of practice around literacy with faculty. We hosted one in collaboration with CEDAR and California CEC. And the goal of that was to get faculty together to talk about how to support literacy growth, but also how to support self-regulation at the same time. How can you use that opportunity? How can you coach your future teachers in doing both of these things hand in hand? Because the student who's in the literacy lesson is also the same student that you're trying to work on self-regulation with, for example. We have more coming soon. We have an early childhood development series, more Mythbusters. We also have partner content from supporting innovative practices and high quality IEPs, for example. And you can see the list of other new content that is coming as well.
And really, by partnering with these statewide entities, we also know that teachers, when they begin teaching day one, they're going to have the latest and the greatest. So something like IEPs, when you ask new teachers, what is challenging on your job, right? To be able to have just a ready-made resource, to have access to these, then to also have our new candidates, your teachers day one, they are well aware of these resources, they know how to access them, and that's also really reflective of what's going on in the K-12 setting. So they're really prepared one day to engage in that important work with those teachers and families.
One of our next big things that we will be having on AREA is content that we created specifically to meet SB 939, Educational Equity, School Site and Community Resources for Neurodivergent Pupils. It's kind of the outline there. And really this content is around or organized around what was outlined in California Senate Bill 939, which requires schools to strengthen anti-bullying protections for students with neurodivergence, including those with autism, ADHD, dyslexia, and other learning differences. We have a landing page that everyone can check out with some of our current resources, but coming soon we have a video series, and I want to give a little bit of a preview of that, which I'll do now. It requires me to go out and back in. Give me 1 second.
And I really hope that in school and K through 12 is like making those spaces for young people with disabilities to open up, but also really hearing them out and not assuming. I think the first person who ever did that to me was my psychologist. I met her when I was 5, and she was in every single of my IEP meetings. I never wanted to do my IEP meetings, but she was always there. And she was my advocate, and I think she was like a second mom to me, if I were to have a second mom, and I still have her until I'm 19 now. And then I remember she would always be in those IEP meetings, and sometimes when I never had someone to speak up for, she would speak up, and she'd be like, this is happening to her, and please help her out, right? She was always been my advocate for me. And I think she was the first person who told me, like, I hear you, I'm right next to you, and I'm not gonna judge, and I'm gonna help you figure this out, right? And I really wish there's more adults like that. They don't assume, but they really understand, like, what does a young person need from me, and how can I make their education experience much better for them?
When I think of giving advice to parents, families, and educators of students who are neurodivergent, I think of a variety of things, right? I think of the academic piece, I think of the social, emotional piece, and then I think of the mental health implications of it. And one of the main things that I often tell parents and educators and also adults is to pay attention, right? I often say pay attention to any differences that you see with your child or with the student. And an example I give is, say for example, you have a student that is doing really well academically, and then one day, all of a sudden, they don't want to go to school. Right? They don't want to come to school. They're really struggling with waking up and giving you a lot of reasons why they don't want to go to school, right? Or they will say, oh, I'm feeling sick. And they could be feeling sick, but one of the things I tell parents is pay attention to what is happening, right? Because many times we know that bullying is happening and something happened at school the day before. So taking the time really to talk with your young one about, hey, what's going on? How is school, right? So asking more specific questions to help them and to guide them to understand the challenges they're facing.
So we will be having a video series that will be coming out very soon with, let's see real quick. And that was a sample of the types of things that will be seen in that video series. The goal really is to provide content for educators, for family members, and others who are trying to look for signs of bullying, thinking about strategies to prevent bullying and this type of thing. We have materials that we're creating. Some of these are here, specific to elementary and secondary, so separated out by grade level, and for different audiences I just mentioned, and also available in English and in Spanish. This video series will be aligned as well, so we'll have a toolkit, a full toolkit for folks to use, and videos with these 4 themes: defining bullying and neurodiversity, bullying and being bullied, what it looks like and why it hurts, just like we heard about in that video, how to handle bullying of neurodiverse students, what you might want to do to address it, and also broadly kind of how we might stand together to support neurodiverse students. And we hope that this will be a great resource for schools to use, for educators to use as well, and very accessible, as I said, to families who might be interested as well.
So our question that we are really working with now at the collaborative is how do we share the word? How do we provide knowledge and access and share these great resources so that we can reach as many future teachers as possible? So one of the ways that we're doing that is through the Campus Liaison Program. There are 22 campuses across the CSU system that have 21 of them have teacher prep programs. So we have campus liaisons from half of our CSUs. And the campus liaisons come, they really learn about what's coming out, and then they're able to go back to each of their campuses and identify areas that the array of resources would be helpful for. So that then we're meeting a local need at that university or any of the programs that they're developing. So if a new CSU is developing a PK3, oh, here are some great resources that we can share. It's not, though, just a one-way street where they're going out and disseminating. Those campus liaisons also come back to us and say, this is a problem of practice that we're having on our campus. What resources, or do you have new materials that might be able to help us with that? And the Campus Liaison Program has been great because it's not only about sharing with faculty, but also faculty have relationships with their local school districts, with their supervisors who are going out and working with the different, their new candidates. They're working with schools. They're preparing inclusive classrooms for new candidates to come out. And so when we ask our liaisons, what kind of things are you seeing? Who are you sharing this with? And so they report sharing it with school districts, supervisors, different community groups. Some of our campus liaisons serve on different boards. They're able to share out that material there. So that is one of our strategies of sharing out. And what type of faculty have we reached? Because ultimately that's the question. Where are we ensuring that these materials are getting to? And is it a good enough breadth to really begin to prepare all of the teachers that are going to have these students? So we know that they have been meeting with faculty in early childhood. We've been looking at the teacher prep pathways before they enter a credential program, working with faculty who are teaching in liberal studies program, human development, social work. So they're really reaching out across their campuses and really beginning to get some depth across all of the educators, not just teacher preparation ones.
I wanted to highlight here as well, as Kate was mentioning, it's not just preparation, students in preparation and ed specialist credentials. A lot of folks across different campuses trying to think about that whole breadth of all of the people who are going to come out of programs and then be in classrooms in schools. But we also see those relationships being built with school district and site leaders, instructional staff, and other people even through conferences and other ways of connecting. And so one of our ideas here is trying to make sure that the folks that we're training in preparation are getting similar things that our educators in PK-12 are getting and vice versa, and creating a little bit of connection there for our pre-service teachers. And I think that this is one of the ways that we're starting to see that happening, kind of creating a little bit of that continuity for folks coming into the profession.
And we have begun just to move things from more of a enroll in a class, complete a class online, that now we're beginning to work with faculty just in learning communities. So as Jenny mentioned earlier, one of the more successful learning communities that we had was focused on the intersection of literacy and positive behavior support. But faculty came together in real time, and then so it's an active, it's interactive, there's a library that's stored, and so by using a learning community, you're really building that synergy between all participants. The goal with beginning with a learning community for faculty is that we can then scale that up to work with future teachers or in-service teachers in real time so that we have that human connection, we're able to respond to needs. And then it's also evidence of the partnership that we have within the collaborative, looking at the CEDAR partnership, which is national, and then looking at our local CEC organizations and working with the Council for Exceptional Children.
Yeah. One of the nice things that we saw happening in our community of practice, the one that we were just describing, is that you had faculty not just, again, from ed specialist credentialing programs, but from other units in schools of education. And you started to hear a conversation on how could we support folks who are training in other credentials to also learn the same things that we might expect our ed specialists to learn so that we can support inclusion. And I think that this is something that it was really great to see faculty coming together and trying to decide how do we really make sure that everybody's getting similar information so when they get into the field, they're speaking the same language, they're on the same page, which I think could be really beneficial for some of the other efforts toward inclusion that we have.
It's got to be all teachers and all faculty working together to ensure inclusive classrooms. So these are a couple of our partners that we're working with, and so we are working right now with the California Council on Teacher Educators. We are partnering now with the California Center for Inclusive College. That really helps to work with faculty at all levels and to ensure that when our students with disabilities graduate from high school and enter into a community college or university level, that the faculty that they're going to encounter are well prepared to ensure that those learning environments. You're probably all very familiar with SIP, high quality IEPs, but we really are at this point now where we're really reaching out and ensuring that we have partnerships who can share materials and resources with us that they also want to host on AREA, that we can also develop resources in collaboration with them.
So thank you all very much. There was a QR code here. It'll be on the regular slides. So you're also welcome to contact us if you have any questions about the work, and you can create your free account today if you want to learn more.
Yes, and we're available for questions.
Thank you so much. That was amazing, and the first time that I'd heard about it in such depth, so very much appreciate you bringing it to us and looking forward to sharing it out. And it's always wonderful to see Commissioner Tux-Jargle. I'm just going to apply the rule about presidents, like once a commissioner, always a commissioner. So seeing her and watching what she's doing out in the world right now is just amazing. So thank you. And I will turn it over to commissioners for any comments or questions. Commissioner Donato Sapp?
I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the impact that Dr. Esposito has had on my life as a disabled student, and I've known her my entire life, and I know that my parents at various times have relied on her for professional knowledge in guiding me through my disabilities. And to me, she is Aunt Kate, and I'm so happy to take a moment to affirm your impact on my life as a disabled student.
Oh, thank you. Oh.
That will be hard to follow, but if anybody would like to try. Scanning. Oh, Dr. Heenan?
Hi, thank you for being here. Rachel Heenan, I'm the Director for Special Education. Nice to meet you. So I know we do have a professor well-known in education sitting in our audience. So my brain went not only to as a parent of a student with a disability, but as a professor, and how he feels that these modules or training can be used in his classes, as you know, we want to focus not only on our teacher learners for students with disabilities, but more significantly for our general educators. So I automatically started thinking of, I'm wondering how, you know, he might see them being used in his teacher preparation programs, or if that collaboration is already happening.
Yeah, I'm Jeff Sapp, and I also teach at Cal State Dominguez Hills. This information is so crucial because I teach the Introduction to Education class and Educational Psychology class. And so I'm working specifically with folks who are going to be general educators, and they are desperately, often unprepared to work with disabled children. And so I also have a specialization in brain-based learning. I've trained and done work on that for many years. And so this is exactly the kind of stuff that we embed into our classes. And these modules, we have talked as a faculty, and these modules, we're redoing our curriculum right now, and we're embedding these modules more into what we're doing. So our work absolutely is about trying to make sure that general educators have as much information as they can get for working with disabled students. So we're right on board with this.
Vice Chair Snipes.
I just want to share appreciation because I'm a member of the statewide system of support and one of the partners, and I am not directly engaging, but I have teammates that are, and their experiences as a partner have been so positive. And just thinking about the opportunities, not just for information sharing, but experience sharing, connecting teacher candidates with inclusive settings and allowing them to do their teacher prep in a space that is really showing them, here's the information and here's how we apply it. That has been so crucial, and I just kudos to you all for building those partnerships. I see a very good future ahead.
Commissioner Feimer.
Hi. First off, this looks like a really cool piece of a thing to be able to use. Just looks really cool. But I have two questions. Beyond the data tracking of accounts, being you said how many accounts, is there data or knowledge of how teachers have changed their practices in classrooms after being able to use it? And any data being kept up on that?
A great question, and something we've been thinking a lot about. Because it's relatively new, we're still seeing the uptake, but we're also getting feedback and trying to do more qualitative look right now to understand how is this changing how people are thinking about things, changing their ideas for their future practice. And ultimately what we'd like to do is a more embedded look at this within a district. And so we're thinking about ways to do that right now. When you consider how long a teacher is in preparation and then when they're in their placement, we're trying to follow that trajectory, right? And so there's something about being embedded and truly trying to watch that process as it happens that we haven't been able to do quite yet, but is definitely a goal that we have. We do get a lot of information in addition to kind of just the numbers of clicks and people who are engaged in the content. We get a lot of people's written feedback, and that's also been really valuable. We ask them, do you anticipate using this? If you're already in the profession, do you see ways this could influence your practice? And so we're getting a lot of interesting and helpful information that's also helping us think about how we present what we're presenting, right? To refine how we engage. Because we want to make sure that what we're sharing is actually useful exactly in the way that you might be hoping it to be. So we're studying that as we go. Mm-hmm.
And then also I had a second question. It said 2019, I think. In 2019 is when it first launched. Sustainability-wise, what's how is this going to continue to grow or expand as a platform? And then how is do we have ideas for funding on how this is going to be able to become a bigger thing or more permanent?
It's also a great question. When the work started in 2019, a lot of the emphasis was on supporting the new efforts around literacy across the state. When we had a new allocation of funding, our efforts expanded to think about what are the other things in addition to literacy that we might want to be helping future educators learn about. And so we're in the phase right now of thinking about what our future will be and ways we can continue to expand. We know a lot of people are very interested in this work. And when we think about the map that Kate showed, you can see that reach. It's really hard to develop that network that we've been able to establish. And so we're currently looking for ways to continue to expand the work. Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Graff.
Yes, Kate, very proud of you, Vicki Graff. Kate was a real shout out to Kate today. Was one of my former students, but I can't take credit for anything that she's doing now. But she's doing excellent work. Hi, Jenny, good to see you. And I've had the pleasure of collaborating through the CEDAR project. And I'm hoping that ACSE will invite the CEDAR group also to come and present since it's a national group. But I really want to applaud the collaborative because you are very collaborative with all your partners, with SIP and with CEDAR and so forth. And so you really are spreading the word, and it is getting into all the universities, including the privates as well. So this is a great opportunity. And a shout out to Allison, who is not presenting today, but what is Allison's specific role with the collaborative?
She's our executive director.
Very good. She's being very modest and humble, but it's an amazing program, and anything we can do to share this widely. And the last, communities of practice that you had were so well received and really excellent, excellent. I highly recommend everyone going on the website and taking a look at that. So thank you all for coming and flying up here, and look forward to seeing you all later. Take care. Bye-bye.
Commissioner Oyakawa.
Thank you so much. First, I want to thank our chair and vice chair who brought you two here to talk to us. We've talked so much about the need for our educators, both new ones and veterans, to get more support and training. And especially when we talk about inclusive practices and getting our gen ed teachers more understanding and support and training. And so I think this is a really good program to highlight that what is being done. And it's really exciting to see. It makes so much sense. We have the best universities, from around the world. Why not harness the power of your expertise and then use that to train our own educators and create this beautiful cycle, right, of knowledge and skills. And so I'm really excited to learn about all this. My sister is a kindergarten teacher, and she has kids in her class with IEPs and some who don't have them. But when we talk about universal design for learning and all these skills can be applied to all her students. I've already sent her the link, and I told her to get her free account. And knowing that it's coming, it's been vetted by you all is huge. I mean, they get so much information, right? That it's nice to see that this one-stop shop. And it does sound like it's focused more on literacy and a little bit of math, but I mean that's one of the foundations, right? And then I'm glad to see that that's going to be growing. So that is just really exciting, and I just want to thank you. And also, I wanted to mention, I was wondering about the community colleges. You talked about preparing those instructors, because my daughter, who is finishing up high school soon, we hope she'll be going to community college, and we want to see that those educators are ready for when this group that we have now been preparing to keep going forward with their education, that they are also supported in the long run. So thank you for having that long-term vision of what you can do with all your knowledge. So thank you very much. It's really exciting.
I'm going to make a comment about community colleges. Some of our effort, obviously, being able to work with CCIC has been an amazing opportunity to think about what faculty might need to know. But we are also hearing from community college faculty and other university faculty that they want more information. They really want to know how to support students, and they don't have those skills because that's not something that professors are often taught. So I think given that there's interest, it's a really great opportunity for us to meet that moment as well.
Commissioner Michaud.
Thank you for your presentation. I've long admired the wonderful laptop screen, or your laptop, for many years now, and I'm glad to finally hear a little bit more about the great work that you're doing. If a school district wanted to work to embed your wonderful work into their trainings, their policies, procedures, et cetera, like how would you recommend they start?
So I think that first of all, if they know what the area of training is, right? So to identify the need, obviously, but then all of the resources are open. So I think it would be up to the district to either say they wanted to work in partnership with the collaborative to support some of that. So if they wanted to have a learning community where multiple teachers from across the district could come and engage in a live interactive session, that would be one. We haven't begun to do in-person or facilitated training yet, but that is something that we are looking forward to. But we are a small and mighty team, and we are really looking forward to working with any school district that isn't interested in it. But all of the materials are there, and so they could search by a category. They could email us and say, hey, we've got 10 new teachers who are coming in, and we want to prepare them on on decoding, or we're looking at implementing universal screening. We have a video up of a webinar that we did. We also do webinars. We have different webinar series that 3 times throughout either fall or summer or spring. If there's a topic that is really relevant, we are able to kind of modify. We also have a learning summit. We just held one last year for PK3, and so we had a lot of district teachers that came to that. So those are easy ways, but we are working towards really being able to identify, fill a need that they have beyond that.
We also have the capacity to create more curated paths of learning. So that's something we haven't started to do because we haven't been working in close partnership in that way yet. But that's definitely an option that we have. So if you look at the literacy content that we have a lot of stuff that's a little bit more in depth and then things that are more entry level. And you can imagine putting all of that together in a series that is right for the group. And there is an opportunity to engage in that. We just haven't had, I think we're just at a place now where we're finally have enough content where we feel confident having those kinds of pathways set up. Yeah.
That was a great question. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? And no one online? Thank you, Vice Chair Snipes. Okay, well, with that, we will transition to public comment. Thank you so much for your presentation. And anyone in the room who wishes to make a comment, please begin lining up. And while we're waiting for that, we will display the public comment slide for members of the public who are not in the room who wish to make a comment on this item. And the number is 717-908-1926.
Good afternoon, Chair Notch, Vice Chair Snipes, and Commissioners. Thank you, Dr. Graff. My name is Allison Yoshimoto Tauri. I'm here in my role as Executive Director of the UCCSU Collaborative and as a 30-year pre-K-12 educator who's recently ventured into the higher education space just about 3 years ago. And the UCCSU Collaborative focuses on birth to the adult continuum, ensuring alignment across early childhood, pre-K-12, and post-secondary opportunities for learners to experience a coherent and supported journey. And I think one of the most critical connections we bridge is between educator preparation, research, practice, and policy. And we are a stronger California when these things happen in coordination. Through the collaborative, we bring educator preparation, faculty, researchers, and students, high school and undergrad students, family members and practitioners and policymakers into active partnership. So we know about how learning shows up in classrooms and that policy reflects real conditions. And I want to publicly thank Drs. Grammer and Esposito for their exemplary leadership and all of the partnership with leaders such as yourselves across the state, including the statewide system of support. And together is how we build a stronger, more responsive, inclusive system for every learner from birth to adulthood. Thank you.
Not seeing any more comments from the room. Do we have any callers?
Caller ending in 7407. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation. You'll have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
This was a wonderful presentation. This is Judy McKinley calling. One of the issues that we're seeing with college students is the lack of access to assessments. There are not reasonably priced assessments available to kids who are adults who are required to have an assessment in order to get to a UC or Cal State system program. I hope that folks will seriously consider the need to implement a system where assessments are available at a reasonable price, because most folks that I get calls from do not have the $5,000 in order to get that assessment to get them eligible to be in a UC or Cal State system program. Thank you.
There are no more callers at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will transition to item 16, which is agenda building. So this is the portion where we talk about what other phenomenal organizations and entities we want to bring in for future presentations and business that we need to conduct as a commission. So it is April, and in the process of finalizing all of the updates to our bylaws, we decided as a commission to have a one-year officer term limit, or term, not limit, but term. And so it's April, which means we need to start talking about elections for officers in June. Commissioners Lopez and Scott are on the election committee, which is often one that we forget who's on because it happens just once a year, but hoping you're still open to fulfilling that role. And what that looks like is we have the nomination forms in the virtual binder. Each commissioner, including our students, is able to nominate somebody else. Student commissioners are not eligible to serve as officers, so you can't self-nominate, but other commissioners can self-nominate. And between now and June, and the committee members can decide if they want to set a time limit on that. But before the June meeting, certainly, any commissioner who wishes to nominate someone else or the non-student commissioners who wish to self-nominate would fill out those forms and email them to Commissioners Scott and Lopez with Denise Lee copied. And then we will have the vote in June. Making sure I didn't leave anything out for that process. Or are there any questions about that? Okay. I believe that's the only official time-bound business agenda item that we need to have. So opening the floor for recommendations for presenters. Vice Chair Snipes.
So right now, I just want everybody to know that through the course of the last 2 days and from previous sessions, I've taken some notes on things that need to be, either need to be incorporated in June because we've talked about it before and have committed to it, or things that have been brought up either at this meeting or a past meeting. So I want to start with a list of that and then ask you all to add to it. So we continue to collect like a list of districts that we would want to have come in and talk based on their inclusive practices, whether that's a demonstration site, an exemplar site, someone who has applied for our impact award. So we're wanting to create a list that we can pull from. So that's something to keep in mind for everyone. And then it came up during Dr. Heenan's presentation around potentially having someone like Anjanette Pelletier come in and talk about fiscal with us, so that's on the list. We've got our impact award ceremony that is going to be happening in June. We have the DDS IDEA specialist, part C to B and B to adulthood transition presentation that was pushed back all the way from February. So we're in communication with them and hoping for June. At the last SECO meeting, SEACO, we had interest from the California Center for Inclusive Colleges to come and present, and so I've put them on the list. We also have the annual report and talking about next steps for the annual report with Christine Murphy, CEDAR by Graf's request, and then we've got our officer elections. So that's what I have on the list so far.
Thank you. May I add one more thing? During one of our breaks, we had a conversation about clarifying the liaison reports and what content could be included in the liaison reports, specifically for our phenomenal commissioners who are students and doing incredible work across the state and nationally. So one suggestion that we had was that even though some of the work that's being done by our student commissioners are not directly tied to a liaison, it could be a report from them. We certainly want to hear what they're up to. And so wanted to bring that up to commissioners to see if there were any concerns about making that change or if we could lock that in so that they would have time to prepare between now and June for what they wanted to bring to the commission. I'm seeing nods. Vice Chair Snipes?
I definitely think we should go that route. You all are in so many different spaces that it would be a disservice to everyone who's listening and everyone here if we didn't hear about what you were up to.
I'm seeing nods. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so we have a somewhat packed, maybe already fully packed agenda for June, but we might have some spaces to slide in some additional presentations and then anything that we can't fit in. Oh, is there someone? A hand? Oh, Commissioner Graff, sorry, I can't see.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. This is not an addition to the agenda. It's really regarding inviting our members of the legislature who are members of the commission. We talked about it a bit yesterday, but I just wanted to suggest that maybe amongst yourselves, you know, as chair, vice chair, and Director Heenan, to decide who would be the most appropriate person to reach out from the commission to the two legislators or their staff to possibly come to the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Michaud?
And then I know that we had already mentioned the Impact Award celebration. If I could just request that we slot that into the 11 to 11:45 time, right ahead of the lunch, that would be great. And then in between meetings, I had gotten some outreach from a community advocate for fecal alcohol spectrum disorder, which in 2023 was added under the OHI category. And so if there were time at any of the upcoming meetings, she has expressed interest in presenting on that.
Thank you. Other thoughts or suggestions?
Does anyone have contact with the regional center? We've been trying, I know several times it's been mentioned, it would be good to have them come and present and ask some questions.
Is there a particular regional center? I know we've talked about, okay. Okay, great.
Yesterday during a presentation, Alta Regional was mentioned, and I'm just wondering if they're local, so they may be a place to start.
Great. Any others? And Vice Chair Snipes is taking notes. So for our commissioners online, if you have your hand up virtually, can you just wave it a little bit so I can see? Sorry. Really will work on getting those progressive lenses. Okay, nobody? Great. Okay, well, with that, we will go to public comment on this item. So anyone in the room who wishes to make public comment on our agenda building item is invited to begin lining up. And for those who are watching remotely, our dial-in number is 717-908-1926. And we'll give a moment for folks in the room and watching online to engage. Not seeing anyone in the room. Do we have any callers?
There are no callers at this time.
Thank you. Okay, well, we will keep that public comment slide up for our final item today is general public comment. So another opportunity for anyone to speak about anything not included on our agenda. If you are in the room and wish to make general public comment, please begin lining up. And for those watching online, our dial-in number is 717-908-1926. Not seeing anyone in the room. Do we have any callers?
There are no callers at this time.
Okay. Well, thank you. Everybody, this is our final agenda item for our April 2026 ACSE meeting. So thank you again for all of your engagement, to all of our presenters for their phenomenal content. And we hope that you have a wonderful 2 months, and we will look forward to seeing everybody in June. And be on the lookout for any information that I may have neglected to share about the elections process or anything else that we need to do between now and then. But for now, have a great afternoon. Thank you.